guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Must be a Monday. Yeah, sure enough. I don't know about you, is your sleep schedule all screwed up? You did remember to spring forward. See, 24 hours ago, it's a little after 11 o'clock. But no, we got a spring forward, fall back, so you've lost an hour of sleep over the weekend. Although I spent more time in bed than I typically do on a Sunday, for sure. But get ready for the changes. More on that later in the program. And more and more discussion about stopping this whole time change thing. It's kind of old and antiquated. And I was looking at some of the figures where they say, and I don't really understand it, but they've been saying it for years, but today, Monday, which will be the 15th day of March. Anytime you do the time change things, it comes with a deadly cost, they tell us. Supposedly, the emergency rooms around the country see a 24% spike in heart attacks on the Monday after the time change. Again, I don't really understand how that could be possible, but that's what the scientific community tells us anyway. But I digress. We start things off with a look at our travelers' weather. You've seen a real mess. I think this storm has essentially, truly lived up to its billing. They told us this was going to be one of the biggest storms of the season. And based on some of the numbers, indeed it has. And we've still got some snow falling tonight. Actually, still some lighter snow in and around the Denver area. Denver and areas further to the east, east central, and heading into northeastern portions of Colorado. The bulk of the heavier snow. Essentially, you got some light snow through much of the southern half of South Dakota. You get over into the southeastern corner of South Dakota, southwestern Minnesota, that northwestern corner of Illinois, or Iowa, rather, that would be, in northwestern Iowa. There's some pockets of fairly heavy snowfall still falling there. Lots of moisture streaming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Brandon, South Dakota, it is heavy snow. You get down to Vermilion, it's kind of a mixed bag. You've got rain mixing in. Much of southern Iowa is in the rain. You've got the mixed precipitation from just north of Des Moines, headed up toward Waterloo. Snow's not quite to the Mason City area just yet, but heavy rains then extending from Omaha down through the northwestern, north central portions of Missouri, right through central Missouri, from Columbia down to Springfield. Rain's just beginning to push off to the east of Springfield. You've got more showers and some embedded rumbles of thunders down through the heart of Arkansas, and all begins to tail off when you get to that northwest corner of Louisiana. Rain's just to the north of Shreveport. You'll find some scattered showers further south there in Louisiana tonight. But the biggest storm of the winter taking shape over the weekend, as anticipated, we still are contending with blizzard warnings through the overnight hours tonight in parts of Wyoming, Colorado. I'm looking here, blizzard warnings for southeastern portions of Wyoming, some of the adjacent areas in northeastern Colorado, and much of the western panhandle of Nebraska. Now, this is not necessarily, you don't have to have snow falling from the sky. The snow can be blowing and drifting. Historic, crippling blizzard rages on. That's the headline from the National Weather Service office in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Blizzard warnings remain in effect till 6 a.m. Mountain Time Monday morning, with periods of snow and blowing snow, winds up to 55 miles per hour. A large portion of southeastern Wyoming, the western Nebraska panhandle, and along and east of the Laramie Range. This also includes the I-80 corridor between Cheyenne and Rawlins. Now, until 6 o'clock Monday morning, conditions should slowly begin to improve during the overnight hours. But travel's going to remain extremely dangerous, if not impossible. So that's the big concern there. Strong winds may cause extensive damage to trees and power lines. Additional power outages are likely there. Anything different from the Weather Service office in North Platte, Nebraska? Pretty much the same thing. Potent weather lifting across the Central Plains over the next 24 hours. Snow may be heavy at times this evening, then tapering off overnight, which that has begun. But the heavy snow combined with the gusty winds, near whiteout conditions in some areas. So your blizzard warning in effect until, again, 6 a.m. Mountain Time there on Monday morning. One last stop. Let's run on down to the Denver Weather Service office, see what they're saying. Difficult, if not impossible, travel across the Front Range and the I-25 corridor with the blizzard conditions. All right, significant accumulations have already occurred across the Front Range and the foothills. A few spots greater than 2 feet on the ground. Over a foot of snow in the Fort Collins area. Snow continued throughout much of the day on Sunday. Things beginning to wind down now. But the I-25 corridor from Boulder north through Fort Collins area, we saw temperatures warm up enough to see a bit of a mixed precip for a period of time there that kind of cut back on some of the snowfall total numbers. But you're still contending with winds 35 to 45 miles per hour, significant blowing and drifting of snow. We had the storm warnings plastered across southeastern Wyoming, northern Colorado, storm watches extending across southwestern South Dakota and western Nebraska all the way back to Friday. Denver International Airport literally had to cease operations Sunday evening with blizzard conditions. According to the airport, operations remain ceased. Now, this was late Sunday evening for the remainder of the day. 721 flights departing from Denver were canceled Sunday. 715 scheduled to arrive at the airport also canceled. National Weather Service in Cheyenne, Wyoming, warned in a tweet this storm would have very significant impacts, possibly historic. And they later tweeted, "Be sure to protect your newborn livestock." Now, as of 9 o'clock Sunday morning, Mountain Time, they already had 21.5 inches of snow just north of Cheyenne. Of course, Colorado's governor had activated the National Guard late last week. The state's Emergency Operations Center is open and will continue until the 12 p.m. today. But the word over the weekend was just stay home if possible. Seems like a lot of people maybe indeed did, but for those who did not, as anticipated, many people stranded for hours and hours out there on some of the roadways. All right, by 7 o'clock this past evening, a few hours ago, Mountain Time, the snow had already piled up to nearly 20 inches at Denver International. Other locations in the state picking up 30 inches of snow, such as Aspen Springs, where they've got 36 inches on the ground. Along I-25, National Weather Service in Boulder, we're already reporting slushy roads on Saturday night. And as anticipated, portions of 25, 70, 76, I-80 were shut down as a result of the treacherous travel. By Sunday afternoon, Colorado State Patrol said conditions were continuing to actually deteriorate to the point that flares put out to block the ramp to westbound I-70 from C-470. You couldn't even see the flares trying to shut down the roadway. State Patrol showing images of plow trucks stuck in the snow, flipped on their sides by Saturday night. Blizzard warnings continued in effect into early Monday morning, which we just covered that. So traffic cameras in the area showed the same scene, roadways covered with so much snow that it was indistinguishable from, you couldn't tell where the road was and if you were off the road. And that was the problem some of the plows were having as well. But you find yourself on the side in the ditch. Sunday morning, I-25 was closed north of Fort Collins to near Wellington to the Colorado-Wyoming border. Up to 18 inches of snow was already on the ground at that point in time. And early Sunday, there were already in excess of 30,000 without power. This was a very, very moisture-laden snow, heavy, wet snowfall. All right, reporters of some large trees being brought down on power lines and whatnot. So that's the heavy, wet nature of the snow. It's one of those that they call it's a heart attack snow. For people that were getting out there to shovel their driveways and whatnot, they were trying to advise, if you insist on doing so, try to do it small scoops. And you're going to need a lot of leg strength to lift that snow up. It's just, again, a historic storm. Same storm that brought the historic snow to the mountains, as well as some stronger thunderstorms in the south over the weekend. Today now races across the Midwest, where it's going to unleash on the north side a heavy burst of snow. We'll see some travel disruptions to start the work week. There's enough cold air in place over the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa for the precip to fall as mainly snow as we close out the weekend and kick off the new work week. Snow's already arriving in much of South Dakota, spreading into Iowa and Minnesota overnight tonight and into the day Monday. So these are the areas, very difficult travel with this burst of heavy snow, especially across northern Iowa and southern Minnesota this morning. Through the day today now, snow's going to spread into southern Wisconsin and far northern Illinois. By the time the moisture reaches Chicago this afternoon, precip will likely be in the form of a mix of rain, some wet snow, and a little bit of sleet mixed in. Yeah, could see a slushy coating of snow coating some surfaces. You're going to have to watch the elevated surfaces by the time we get to Monday evening. Those commuting into the far northwestern suburbs and into southern Wisconsin, you may face travel conditions trickier with a couple of inches of slushy snow near the border of Wisconsin and Illinois by later on this evening. As the snow reaches the western Great Lakes Monday afternoon, snow on the backside of the storm will already be coming to an end. And I guess the good news is it's a rather quickly moving system now, so that's going to limit the snowfall totals to most areas. Snow will only fall between 12 and 24 hours, but it may be heavy enough at times to accumulate close to a foot of snow in eastern South Dakota, southern Minnesota, and northern Iowa. That's the area that would be most likely. We could be talking some snowfall accumulations, storm max totals, as they say, of up to 18 inches. All righty, some of our breakdown travelers' weather as we close out the weekend and roll into a back-to-work Monday, again after the time change weekend. Rolling up on 14 past the hour. Hope you had a good weekend. I did spend my fair share of time watching some of the dirt track racing over the weekend. Lots of great action out there as the new season is underway, various tracks around the country, and good to see more people in the stands as more and more states are opening up after the whole COVID pandemic thing. But meanwhile, what are we looking at? Around the country, our number 844-844-3388, as the case has been the last couple of weeks. We start things out on a back-to-work Monday with our friend Joel Morrow. Kyle suggested, hey, maybe people will call it Morrow Monday or Mondays with Morrow. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. You didn't have to deal with any of this wintry mess over the weekend, did you?
No, I did not. Not at all.
Had a great weekend in our home 20 here. I had a little bit of rainfall mixed in here and there, but I mean, overall, it's pretty nice. It's kind of feeling a little more like winter out there tonight, though, as we're dropping down to about 30. They tell us before the sun comes up, we could see a little sleet or freezing rain kind of mixing in. We're going to have to watch the overpasses and whatnot in our area. So,
yeah, we had a nice sunny day today. Actually, all weekend was really nice up here. We're right up by Lake Erie, so normally we've got the bad weather up here, but it just turned out to be a really nice weekend.
Now, when this thing comes sweeping through like later today, are you supposed to be in line for some lake effect snows and whatnot, or?
I would imagine we're right on the edge of where that happens, being just south of Sandusky. A lot of times it'll go east of us. Just depends which way the wind blows. Sometimes we get it and sometimes we don't. We really never know till the day of. So we'll see what happens.
So you're just kind of waiting, anticipating later today. I don't. You haven't packed up the snow shovels yet for the season, though.
No, snow blowers out there ready to go.
All right, so we got some cool stuff to talk about tonight as we get the brand new week underway. I think you actually had a conversation with Chris Gabrelchik over the weekend, and yeah, I know we're gonna be working like each Monday morning. We're gonna do a little segment talking about varying things. And last couple of weeks we've been talking about fuel economy, of course. What are we going to start the new week off with this week, Joel?
Today I want to really concentrate on how the Hot Shot Secret additives work out here in the real world, especially in regards to emissions engines. We all kind of have that overview of what it's supposed to do, and I want to drill down a little bit deeper on the additives that we use and we are currently testing to probably use a little bit more in our operation. And I think it just kind of hit the basics and then go just a little bit deeper so everybody has a really good understanding of what's going on. I especially encourage the folks that, want to say, oh, it's all snake oil and, yada, 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 to listen real close here, because it is science. The stuff works. It's proven to work. We've used it in our operation, a lot of these products for many years, and we've had great success with it. And a lot of the frustration guys have running the new emissions engines can be really, that frustration level can be really reduced. So really pay attention here, because there's some good information here that can be applied to virtually everybody's operation, but especially those guys with the emissions engines.
And that's, I don't know how many daggone generations of emissions we've gone through. I've lost track over the years, but yeah, it seems like every couple of years you got a new level. And what's the latest? Was it the 2010, or was there something even more than that? The latest update when you went to the DEF fluid and all that.
Yeah, we're out to, I think, the 2017 greenhouse gas emissions level. Another one coming soon. I don't remember the exact date, but you're exactly right. As these engines get more technically advanced, it requires the fluids going into them to kind of keep up with technology. And diesel fuel here in the United States is really lagging behind where it needs to be. Over in Europe, they have higher standards in just about any way you care to measure diesel fuel, so they tend to have less of these issues with the emissions engines, and they have different emission standards they have to meet. We actually have tighter emission standards here in the United States, which surprises a lot of people as far as particulate and NOx goes. So it's even more important for us to have quality diesel fuel, and we're not getting it where we're buying it. So it's extremely important that we do treat every tank full on today's emissions engines to keep them running the way they should be running. When they are running optimally, the fuel efficiency gain on these engines is more than enough to offset the aggressive preventative maintenance you need to do to keep these things running right. When they're not running optimally, they're going to bury you. They get very expensive very quickly. We've all heard the horror stories, guys rolling into the truck dealer. It's a $10, $12, $14,000 bill to get their truck out of the dealer. And there's guys that just say, keep the truck and walk away from it at that point. And I get it. So, I want to help these guys avoid getting into that situation. And we've had a lot of success as a fleet, and I've also had a lot of success as, just in my personal truck as a test unit, really, really making these emission systems actually work to our advantage. And it's pretty cool, the technology that's out there, and then being able to sort of upgrade the quality of the diesel fuel that's going in there, and supplementing the engine oil so it keeps the engine performing at optimal efficiency.
I know when it comes to the varying brands, like for gasoline, you've got some of the big names, the Shell, the Exxon, or Texaco still around. Oftentimes, it's really the same stuff coming out of what they call the racks. And then one brand may add a little something or other to it, and that makes it their specific type of fuel. Is it the same on the diesel side when it comes out of the so-called racks? If it's going to a TA Petro versus going to a Love's or a Flying J, do they have their own little individual mixes to become their own specialty blend?
My understanding is that's not the case. It's basically wherever we can buy this the cheapest, put the minimal amount of treatment in it before it goes into our tank. We're going to do everything at minimum levels to keep the cost down. And of course, they want to sell it for as much as they can. So, they're in business to turn a profit, and this is what they're trying to do. They're not going to say, oh, well, let's add some extra, treatment in this fuel while it's in the ground here to help keep our customers' trucks running better. That's not going to happen. So you always have to keep in mind, they're going to do the minimum amount possible, and they're going to charge you as much as they can. That's how they're making their money. So it's very, very important that we understand what we're getting from most truck stops is not optimal. It's acceptable, but it's not optimal. And in order to make an emission systems engine run, you need to be optimal in everything that you do. Otherwise, you're going to have problems down the line. And so that's what the Hot Shot Secret additives do for us. They help bring us from acceptable to optimal. And they absolutely work. Been using it for years, and you can really tell a difference when you use these additives and you use them correctly.
Do the larger fleets tend to treat their fuel in their trucks, or they just kind of let them roll?
Some do, some don't. Some places that have their own bulk tanks, a lot of times they will look for straight number 2 diesel without the bio blends in them. And they will add their own treatments when they're filling their bulk tank. We do it in our own bulk tank. We have 70 trucks running, so we've got a fairly sizable bulk tank in the yard, and we do treat our bulk tank. So some of the fleets that really have their stuff together, yeah, they're gonna do some treating at the tank. We actually issue all of our drivers individual doses to take out on the road because we never know where they're going to be buying diesel fuel, and we really understand the importance of treating diesel fuel. So everybody's issued enough fuel treatment that they can go a couple weeks out on the road, and the drivers don't have to buy it anywhere. It carries them with them in little pre-measured dose bottles, and they just dump it in when they fill up. So, yeah, it is important. Not all fleets do it. The guys that really understand the bottom line and, they want to keep their trucks out of the shop and they don't want downtime and the emissions repair issues, they will treat their fuel.
So you're making it sound like, first of all, you've got the cost of purchasing whatever treatment. You say the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, which is like best on the shelves out there. It costs money to purchase that, but if you don't, you find greater issues rising internally in the engine because you did not treat the fuel.
Yeah, most of it's going to be downstream in that emission system because treating fuel helps us to reduce emission levels to start with. And when we reduce particulate and we reduce NOx, the emission system that's all downstream of the engine, it has less work to do. And so durability over time is longer. So we have the big DEF filter in there. And as we reduce particulate, by treating diesel fuel, raising cetane, reducing that ignition delay so we have a cleaner burn, our DPF filter doesn't fill up as fast. DPF service is not cheap for an owner operator to run into a dealership to have that done. It's pretty pricey. So it's just really important to have that fuel quality at optimal levels so that emission system doesn't give you fits while you're on the road. The last thing you want to do is be out on the road, 1,000 miles from the shop that you're used to working with and throw an emission system code and have to roll in there. And we all know what happens when you're on the road away from home. What happens to pricing? It goes through the roof. Yeah. And, you hear it all the time. You see it out on social media. Guys are saying, I lost my truck because I had a $15,000 emissions repair system and I couldn't afford to pay for it. And I get it. Those are hard bills for owner operators and small fleets to have to pay.
So I guess we're going to start off coming up here. Would the Diesel Extreme, would that be the product primarily to start with tonight? Or?
Well, yeah, we could start with Diesel Extreme. And the way that we use Diesel Extreme, this is kind of a once every oil change for us. We have a 66,000 mile oil change interval that we do. So we're looking at using the Diesel Extreme twice a year. And Diesel Extreme to me is the everyday treatment on steroids. I mean, it's got a lot of cleaning power going on there. It cleans the cylinders, it cleans the fuel line, it helps keep the tank clean, it helps to dissipate any extra moisture that may be setting in the tank. So it's important to have that deep clean once or twice a year. I like to see it happen twice a year. it's so important to make sure that the injectors are clean and the tips are spraying correctly in today's engines. And even more so than just a couple of years ago. And as an example, Volvo developed what they called the waved piston. And all manufacturers kind of have a version of this, but the injector tips, the nozzles are actually pointed at certain targets on the piston, so it can turn that ignition event back around and point it towards the center of the piston to concentrate the heat of combustion in the middle of the piston for a cleaner burn. So if we've got a nozzle in one of the injectors that's just a little bit plugged and throws that spray pattern off, it misses the little divot in the piston, and now that's not working the way it should during the combustion event, and we're making a whole bunch of soot. And as we make soot, that's particulate, that gets caught downstream in your DPF filter. So it's really easy to see how maintaining the fuel system optimally can really help keep that emission system clean and functioning correctly. So Diesel Extreme is a great thing. It's twice a year for us. Some people do it once a year. To me, more the better. If I've got a truck in the fleet that, maybe we brought something in, and we typically don't deal with used, but maybe if a guy just is out buying a truck, make sure you get that Diesel Extreme in there first thing. Get those injectors cleaned out. It's super important for that truck to run right, to make sure that those injectors are clean. So that's how I use the Diesel Extreme. 2 quarts treats about 160 gallons for that first clean out. Sometimes we even double that up. We'll go to 4 quarts at 160 if we think something may be really gummed up. Keeping the piston rings, and this helps keep the cylinder walls clean and the piston rings free and moving. We have low drag piston rings in a lot of the engines today. And if they get a little carbon in there and they get a little gummed up, they're not moving right, they're not sealing right. We start to get blow by, contamination in the oil. Oil gets by the rings and gets into the combustion event. And again, it makes more soot, more particulate, which has to be handled by that emission system. Back in the day, we just blew it out the stack and we didn't care. Now we got to catch that stuff. And it's treatments like these that really make the difference and really keep those parts clean and working so our emission system doesn't get overloaded with soot.
All right, we're going to take a quick time out here, get our news break, bottom of the hour. When we come back, we kind of jumped right into things, and I didn't even have Joel kind of introduce himself. You have people out there listening saying, who the heck's this guy trying to tell me how to treat my truck or what to do with my fuel and all that? So, Joel, I want you to tell us a little bit about yourself, what you've done. He's been driving truck. He's been in the business for many years. He knows the business inside and out. So we'll come back, and I'm sure the next step, he'll get to the everyday diesel treatment rather than twice a year or around oil change time, cleaning out the system kind of thing. You got to treat it with every tank. So that would be the everyday diesel treatment. And we'll talk about some other products as we make our way into a Monday. Joel's going to spend here our first couple of hours as we get the brand new week underway. He'd be happy to take your calls. If you've got questions about products or your emission systems and those sort of things, feel free to dial us up. You're the guys and the gals that are smarter than I when it comes to what you've got out there on the roadways. Questions, dial us up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has made his first comments on the ongoing scandals of New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. When asked by reporters outside the White House Sunday whether the governor should resign,
I think the investigation is underway and we should see what it brings us.
Cuomo has faced calls for his resignation from multiple state lawmakers and members of Congress, many of his own party. He's been accused of sexual harassment by multiple women and is facing an investigation from the state's attorney general and an impeachment inquiry in the state assembly. And undergraduate students at Duke University will be confined to their dorm rooms for the next week due to an outbreak of COVID on campus. The school says nearly 200 students are quarantining after a positive COVID test, with another 200 isolating as a result of contact tracing. Until Sunday, March 21st, all coursework will be done remotely. The school's basketball team withdrew from its conference tournament last week because of a positive COVID test. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty then, back here on a Monday morning. Hope you had a good weekend, spring forward weekend. Kind of feels like the days are getting longer. Well, the sun's up later in the evening. That's really the way it works. But yeah, days are growing longer. Warmer temperatures on the horizon. Had a real taste of spring last week for parts, especially over eastern portions of the country. Yeah, for some, it's a little bit of a reality check as we get the new week underway. We jump back into it here. Again, lines available at 844-844-3388. We throw you a little footnote in here. Over the weekend, they Our first merchandise, there ain't a whole lot available yet, but there's more coming. The Friday morning, I had on the hot off the press Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirts. They are in. If you go to overnightdriveradio.com, you'll see a little link there now that takes you to shop, I believe it is. And you can find the Overnight Drive Radio T-shirts available there. Got some little dash calendars for 2021 with the show logo and the phone number to call and text us. And we also have some of the stickers. You can help advertise the show out there. Nice decals to put on the side of your cab or on the window to help advertise the show. The hats are in the process of being printed up right now. Not printed, stitched, I guess, because we got the nice embroidered logo for the Overnight Drive Radio hats. I mentioned Friday morning that they got some travel mugs. Some of those keep your drink really cold for several days kind of thing. They become the rage in recent years. And that they weren't happy with the outcome of that first batch. So they're going to be, he said, I'm not even going to try to sell these. So we're going to go back to the drawing board and do a take number 2 on the travel mugs. But yeah, the shirts are now available. So whenever you want to jump in, and overnightdriveradio.com, you'll find it there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, we are back with Joel Morrow, who joins us on Monday mornings each week to start off the new week. And good to have you with us, Joel. A little bit of background, I suppose, about you. Let people know who you are, what you're doing, and, do you have the expertise to be giving advice like this?
Sure. I've been in the trucking business really close to 35 years now. I am an everyday driver. I have about 4.5 million miles under my belt. I've driven over the road. I've driven locally. I'm a blue collar guy, a hands-on guy. I've also done a lot of testing for the fleet that I work for, which is my brother and sister-in-law's fleet, Ploger Transportation. I'm head of research and development there. We do a lot of fuel economy testing, and I like to be out in the field, hands-on, doing this type of testing. I spend a lot of time, in the shop with my techs. We have a full shop, and I've got actually 2 master techs working in the shop. And I also work very closely with some of the OEMs to help test pre-production parts and give feedback to engineering staffs at a very high level. So I've been around the fuel efficiency game for quite a while. I've done a lot of testing, a lot of in-depth field work. I communicate with a lot of engineers on an almost daily basis, actually. So I've been around for a little while. I like to think I've learned a thing or two over that time period.
Well, you've got a few years under your belt. That's not half bad, right? So you've seen a few million miles out there. I guess you've seen a lot of the country over the years.
Yeah, I've run all 48 states. Right now, I'm just kind of running local as I'm kind of transitioning more into the testing part of things. I think it's important, though, that I stay in a truck to stay connected to what's real. Oftentimes, people get away from the truck and then they kind of lose touch with what's really going on, and then they have to depend on other people for feedback. And I just don't want to be in that position. So, I'm running a local gig nowadays. I'm running around Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Pennsylvania, home every night or most every night type of thing. Before that, I was running, specialized high-value furniture loads that would start here in Ohio, and we'd make multiple stops. I'd start in Denver and work my way out west and end up out on the coast in California, making drops in San Francisco, all working my way down to LA and to San Diego, and then finding loads coming back our way. So it was a true over-the-road duty cycle where I was out a month at a time, and I really enjoyed it. It's just there's some opportunities and some challenges, and some new paths I'm looking to walk, but I don't want to get away from the driving part of it completely. I want to keep my butt in the seat, so to speak.
All right, so we were talking about treating the fuel, and okay, so we've gone through the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. I had a question via people can send us comments via Facebook or the YouTube page and whatnot, talking about how do you treat your big quantities of fuel. I'm guessing you just you look at the number of gallons, just like you do for your tank on your truck, right?
Exactly the same way. That's exactly right. When we buy fuel treatment for the fleet, we're buying a 225 gallon tote at a time. Where most people, maybe they're buying a gallon or 5 gallons at a time. So we're just buying in bigger quantities, but it works the exact same way. You're looking at that 1 ounce to 25 gallons or 2 ounce to 25 gallons on the everyday treatment, depending if you want to do the premium dose or the performance dose. And it's the same ratio that's going into the big bulk tanks.
Okay. That's pretty self-explanatory, I guess, right? So the everyday diesel treat, this is what you get down to. So if you haven't done so, the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, that's kind of like the clean out. Get everything cleaned up so the engine's running optimally. Then you need to keep up with your fuel on a regular basis every time you fill up. That's the next step.
Yeah, and to me, this is the most important step. This is, if I have a favorite additive, it's right here. It's the everyday treatment. Everyday treatment does a whole lot of things for us, and this is the workhorse. We're boosting cetane 7 points, and first I guess we need to explain why cetane is important. I think people are kind of familiar with it. Cetane speeds up the combustion of diesel fuel, exactly the opposite of octane in gasoline. That slows it down. We're speeding it up. And why do we want to speed up that combustion event? Why do we want to reduce what they call ignition delay? So as that piston comes up the top dead center and we have that combustion event, the faster that combustion occurs, the more force we're putting on that piston over a longer period of time. So when we talk about fuel treatments giving us more horsepower and torque, this is exactly how it happens. We have reduced ignition delay. Combustion happens faster at top dead center. Torque is simply force applied at a distance. So our distance is the length the piston travels. So if we put more force on it at the very top dead center, it's going to travel a longer distance with more force behind it. So that's torque. When you take torque, multiply that by RPM and divide it by 5252, you have horsepower. So if you create more torque, you are automatically, there's that relationship between torque and horsepower. Typically, what I tend to see when we do dyno work and stuff is that we see the torque and the horsepower when we treat fuel really kind of showing up at the lower RPM level, which is critically important in today's downsped engines. You'll get some benefit in a traditionally geared truck, that has higher piston speeds, but today's downsped engines, getting all the power and torque you can out of them is extremely important to maintain the drivability that driver's looking for. So the everyday treatment's doing a whole lot of things for us. It's helping with the drivability. It's helping to reduce emissions. It's helping to improve fuel efficiency. It's just one of those treatments that does a whole lot of things for you. And it's why I really like this treatment, why I think it's such a workhorse. It maintains clean injectors. We talked about how important it is because the injector nozzles are aimed at particular targets in the pistons now to turn that combustion event around and force it towards the center of the piston to concentrate the burn to reduce soot. It also helps to stabilize that ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. And oxidation is something I think we don't hear a lot about. And ultra low sulfur diesel fuel tends to oxidize faster than diesel fuel in the past. So it oxidizes over time, and then it also oxidizes when it is exposed to a thermal stress. And when when oxidation occurs, that compounds the problem of deposits on the injector tips and the buildup in the piston rings. So we want to be able to stabilize that diesel fuel and keep it from oxidizing, either over time in a bulk tank where it may set for, before you get down to your next refill, it may set for 2 weeks. And that's not good because oxidation can start in that time frame. It can start to break down and oxidize. And then in the truck, it's the thermal stress. We've got these common rail injection systems that build up a ton of pressure, up to 35, 36, 37,000 pounds of pressure in that injection event, and that puts a lot of heat and stress on the diesel fuel. We also have vapor formation in the fuel system, which creates localized hot spots in the fuel system. So even if you're not running a super high pressure injection system, maybe you've got an older engine that's maybe only injecting at 12, 14, or 16,000 pounds of pressure, you can still get this thermal stress and oxidation due to vapor formation between the fuel pump and the fuel galley and the unit injectors that we used to use. So treating fuel to prevent oxidation is extremely important to help keep deposits from forming in the first place. We also see fuel filters, and the guys that have the Fuel Pro with the clear dome on it, they'll see this black buildup on the fuel filters, and you hear all kinds of things of what this is. In my mind, this is asphaltenes that have started to cling together as fuel heats up and it recirculates through the tank. Kind of the opposite of what happens when wax in the cold. As it gets colder, it starts to cling together. The naturally occurring asphalt particles in the diesel fuel tends to stick together as that fuel recirculates and gets hotter and hotter. A good fuel treatment will kind of hold them in suspension and doesn't really let them stick together. And then you get all that black, tarry, gooey stuff on your fuel filters that can really wreak havoc with the performance of your truck. And it may even leave you setting. You go out to start your truck and your fuel filter's plugged, and it's a lot of times it's that asphaltene. It helps to prevent rust. Obviously, we don't want rust in the system. It does increase fuel efficiency, and we talked about how it does by increasing torque and horsepower, which enables you to maybe hold a gear a little bit longer on the hill. That helps you to increase fuel efficiency. Also, because it does help to reduce emissions, it helps to slow that pressure rise in the DPF system on your truck, the pressure differential. And the lower we can keep that pressure differential, the less back pressure we have in the engine, so it can breathe and perform the way it is supposed to. And that helps to bump fuel efficiency. That's a fuel efficiency gain that you see over time. So when you dump this in, you may not see it in the first day, the first week, or the first month, but when you track data over time, you will really start to see it in 90 days, 180 days, over the course of a year. You're going to see a fuel efficiency increase. There's just no doubt about it. So there's a lot of things that the everyday treatment does, and it is extremely, extremely important to use this stuff, just like the name says, every day. Put it in every time you fill up.
So understandably, when you're talking about treating it every day, there is ultimately a return on investment. That's what you're looking at. You're improving your fuel mileage, your fuel economy, but then you're also, because when you break down, and if you're off the road, if it's just for 1 day or 2 days, what would your income be that day or those 2 days, plus the cost of a hotel, those sort of things, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, we figure $1,500 a day lost revenue on a truck that's down. That's just the revenue part of it. Now you gotta get to a hotel room. Maybe you had to get that truck towed, and now you may be in a shop that you're not familiar with, and they're going to put you at the end of the line because they're going to take care of their regular customers. And by the way, you're going to pay full price for the parts that they sell you. And are you going to get the master tech in the shop, or are you going to get the new kid that's just learning? So these are all things that you really got to take into consideration when you're breaking down. So when you start thinking of it in those terms, this everyday treatment's looking like a pretty damn good value for folks. You know, everybody hates to spend that little money up front, but when you start looking at the cost to you on the backside, that's a deal. Fram used to have that commercial, pay me a little now or a lot later, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what's going on here. Spend that little amount up front so you can be on your terms when you're out on the road. You're not at the mercy of a tow truck. You're not at the mercy of a shop. You know, those expenses just rack up like you wouldn't believe. And, you know, a lot of times it'll put a guy under. You know, maybe he struggled just before something like this happens, and then boom, right out of the blue, this happens, and you know, a guy can lose their truck over these things. And for the cost of the everyday treatment and these fuel treatments and oil treatments that we're talking about, minuscule compared to what you're going to pay on the back end.
Okay. Question from Ronald. And by the way, we've got available lines at 844-844-3388. Driver pulling a bulk tank using a blower or wet pump. Do you recommend using the FR3 in the blowers and running it through the wet pumps?
The FR3, you would have to check. I mean, you'd have to call into the guys at Hot Shot and tell them what oil you're running in that blower. I would suspect that's probably a doable thing. But you know, there's some specialized oils going on there at times, so you definitely have to double check. But I would suspect that's probably a doable thing.
All right. Well, there's another product right there. He mentioned the FR3. Were we going to delve into that a bit this morning?
Sure. Yeah. FR3 is something that I'm doing some testing work on right now. And I have used it in my wheel bearings. I've used it in the drive axle. I have run it in a couple of the engines. And, you know, to me, you know, and I think most owner operators are really dialed into how their engines feel when they start the truck. There's a certain vibration, a certain noise that they're used to. And for me, when we dumped that FR3 in the engine oil and fired up the truck, it was pretty shocking. I mean, the little vibrations here or there that I used to notice were gone. It definitely cranks easier, and it definitely would start easier in the cold. There was no doubt about it that it turns over easier and it runs smoother. I haven't got into any real in-depth testing yet on that particular product. It's coming. The one anecdotal test and it really wasn't a test, it was more kind of happenstance, but I run front wheel covers on some of my full aero trucks, and Real Wheels makes a stainless steel cover that goes over the front axle, the steer axle, the wheel, and it has a plexiglass insert. And with disc brakes on there in the summertime, it was getting hot enough underneath that stainless steel cover with the plexiglass dome, creating kind of like an oven, that it was actually blowing the caps for the oil hub out of the hubcap. And I had it happen 4 or 5 times. And we had some of that FR3 laying around, and so I just put in a couple syringefuls and I just shot it in there and I put the cap back on, never blew that cap out again. So I never took any temperature readings off it, but this was a problem to the point where we were going to pull the front wheel covers and just do away with them because we kept blowing them out. I had 3 trucks that were doing it. We put the FR3 in it and we never blew out another cap, you know, when the temperatures were warm out. So that was pretty cool to see, you know, just the real world example that it had that much of an impact, that it reduced the temperature in there in a pretty demanding environment. So it was kind of nice to see.
So you reduce friction, you reduce heat. That's the combination, and that's pretty much for everything you treat.
Absolutely. And one other note on this, some people may say, oh, well, your wheel bearings were over adjusted or whatnot. We doctor preload all of our wheel bearings. So we actually have a tool that hooks on when we're setting wheel bearings, and we know exactly where those things are adjusted down to the preload that's on. We don't run at end play. We run at a slight preload, and we've got a target value that we hit every time on that preload. So every truck in the fleet, and there's 70 trucks in the fleet, runs the same setting on that preload, and only the ones that had the wheel cover on there were seeing this problem where they were blowing out, and the FR3 took care of the problem. So it was pretty cool to see that in action.
Okay. All right, coming up toward top of the hour news update time. If you want to jump on board, Joel's going to spend our next hour with us as we roll into a Monday. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Ronald says, talking about piston travel, do you like a Detroit over a Cummins engine?
Yeah, when we're looking at piston travel and piston speed, now when we're looking at the new ones like the DD15 versus the X15, the DD15 definitely has shorter strokes. We have less piston speed at a given horsepower, which results in better efficiency. The key is, how do they make torque and how do they make horsepower with that shorter stroke? And Detroit's done a real good job at that. Personally, I'm a Volvo guy, and the new Volvo D13 TC is even shorter than the DD15. So it has an even shorter stroke, and it produces more torque and horsepower at the lower RPM speed. So the two engines that are out there that have the newer downsped design, we'll say, would be the DD15 and the Volvo D13 TC. The Cummins, the X15, that has a longer stroke design. The PACCAR has a longer stroke design, and that the new International, that A26, has a very long stroke, and it doesn't make horsepower till about 1,700 RPM, so it has very high piston speed. So, yeah, there is a difference between them, and it depends how you like to spec the truck. If you're looking to downspeed your engine to get maximum fuel efficiency, you look for the engines that make the horsepower down low, make the torque down low, and have shorter stroke.
All right, thank you so much for your question there, Ronald. And we'll get a news update here as we hit the top of the hour. What product do you want to hit on next when we come back here for hour number 2?
Probably the Stiction Eliminator.
Haven't touched on that yet. All right, we'll start things off with that coming up here. And again, it's 844-844-3388. We'll get a look at some of our travelers' weather as well. Still issues. The worst, as they say, may be over for some, and it's just getting kind of interesting for others. But indeed, Denver got buried. Did they reach their, quote, historic snowfall totals? How far up into the top 5 of all-time winter storm snow accumulations from a singular storm did they reach? They'll probably have some of those details, those numbers coming out later here on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Jeremy Scott. Police are investigating 2 shootings this weekend at what are described as pop-up parties in Chicago and Brooklyn. At least 2 people were shot and killed and 13 others wounded early this morning on the south side of Chicago. Investigators say a garage at a towing company was converted into a makeshift bar. Then in the Williamsburg neighborhood of Brooklyn, 5 people were shot during an argument.
As individuals began fleeing the location, additional shots were fired outside. At this time, we do not yet know the motive for this dispute or how many individuals discharged the firearm.
NYPD Deputy Chief Michael Kemper speaking. The shooting happened in a building that was used as a makeshift lounge. Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming are getting dumped on with snow. By the end of tonight, as much as 2 feet could be piled up in Colorado. That has caused more than 2,000 flight cancellations this weekend at Denver International Airport. USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
Volkswagen has announced plans to cut up to 4,000 jobs at its plants in Germany. Sources say they will offer early or partial retirement to some employees to save money. About 120,000 people are employed at VW's 6 plants in Germany. Meanwhile, gas prices have increased a quarter over the past 3 weeks and could go even higher.
Trilby Lumberg tells us the national average is now $2.87, which is up 72 cents in the last 16 weeks. The price is also 51 cents higher than a year ago. Lundberg tells us there are several reasons for the increase: supply, and of course, the prices for crude oil.
That accounts for more than half of this price hike at the pump. Higher crude oil prices and also the supply of gasoline way down because of the idling of a lot of refining capacity during last month's extreme cold and power outage.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
A top lawyer for the Democratic Party has been hit with sanctions by a federal court for an ethics violation. Mark Elias, who was involved in elections-related lawsuits during the 2020 elections, has been sanctioned by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, and several of his colleagues have been admonished. Republicans, including former President Trump, had criticized Elias for trying to steal the election. The Department of Justice says a prominent Black Lives Matter activist has been indicted for defrauding donors. The Epoch Times reports that Sir Major Page, also known as Tyree Conyers Page, was indicted on 3 counts of money laundering and 1 count of wire fraud. The department said that he allegedly created a Facebook page called Black Lives Matter of Greater Atlanta before defrauding donors of more than $450,000 after it was revoked by the IRS as a tax-exempt charity. He allegedly used a substantial portion of the donations to purchase personal items such as hotel rooms, guns, clothing, and forms of entertainment, officials said. An asteroid is expected to just miss Earth next week. Dan Araki from the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau.
Astronomers say that an asteroid twice the size of the Eiffel Tower will pass close to Earth on March 21st. NASA says the asteroid, named 2001 FO32, will pass by the Earth at a distance of more than 1 million miles. Scientists say the close encounter will give them an opportunity to study a potentially hazardous asteroid, but emphasize that there's no danger that the space rock will hit the planet. 2001 FO32 will be about 5 times the distance between the Earth and the Moon when it cruises by.
For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty then, back on a Monday, close out the weekend. I know, boy, they go by so fast, don't they? We're into mid-March already. 15th day of March, 2021. Does it seem like life's getting a little bit back, closer to where we were, say, prior to March of 2020? When this whole pandemic first began to unfold, it was right about this time last year. We were beginning to see some of the first profound impacts. Wasn't it about this time last year you couldn't find a roll of toilet paper on the shelf for love or money? Oh my, what a difference a year has made, what a year it has been. What a weekend it was. Weather Channel likes to name their storm. Xylia was the name of the storm that caused 2,000 flights to be canceled, tens of thousands without power as it moved across the west Saturday and Sunday. We had dozens of road closures in Colorado throughout the day, several sections of I-70 that were opened, then closed at differing times. Stretches of I-25 and I-76 were also shut down periodically. Without power, by Sunday afternoon, Colorado had 54,000 homes in the dark. In Nebraska, I-80 westbound was shut down at North Platte, exits 177 and 179. Several parts of I-80 and 20 were also closed in the state of Wyoming. Officials in Laramie reporting snow plows and emergency vehicles were being hemmed by the strong winds and the incredible snow drifts there. They picked up officially more than a foot of snow there. Early Sunday, travelers reporting being stranded for hours on Interstate 40 in Arizona after portions of that road were shut down due to several crashes due to the DOT there. Air travel was snarled as well. 1,300 flights canceled in or out of Denver Sunday. After 700 were canceled on Saturday. We already have, here for Monday, more than 125 cancellations for today. United Airlines suspended all weekend flights out of Cheyenne Regional Airport there in Wyoming, where more than 21 inches of snow was reported. United, Southwest, and Frontier, among other airlines, were waiving the fees for people who need to change their tickets originally booked over the past weekend. But as we've seen, it's the ripple effect of air travel. The impacts will continue here into the start of the new week. Colorado Avalanche Center, Information Center, issued an avalanche warning for the Front Range area, advising people do not attempt to ski in the backcountry areas. Intense snowfall will cause large, destructive avalanches, according to the warning. Expect avalanches in unusual locations with strong easterly winds and the deep snow at all elevations. Avalanches will be easy for backcountry travelers to trigger and can run naturally during periods of high snowfall rates, so stay out of the backcountry right now. Then there was a severe weather side. We did not see the enveloping of a major tornado outbreak, but all it takes is that one or two. Saturday, there were two tornadoes on the warm side of the storm that did cause some damage in northern Texas. Several vehicles overturned south of Amarillo. Good news with the severe weather side of the storm. We did not see any reports of injuries there. So a little bit of update on some of our travelers' weather as we're back on a Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Here we find ourselves live in the secret bunker. We've got Joel Morrow. Morrow's on Monday joining us once again. Welcome back. And I think you said you'd like to To start things off this hour, talking about something we call the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. To best of my knowledge, that's kind of the one of the Hot Shot Secret products that really got this whole line of additives up and running, got it really started.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's something that I've used in my personal test trucks for quite some time. Haven't deployed it throughout the fleet yet. Still doing some more testing on it, but it's something that as the engines become more and more advanced, I think this becomes more and more important. Originally developed to take care of the stiction in the Huey type injectors, which we don't typically see on a heavy duty diesel today. But that stiction, or the carbon buildup, the varnish, however you want to describe that, can create problems in turbos and in the engine ring. So today's turbos, a lot of times engines will be running a variable geometry turbo, and variable geometry turbos spin much faster than a simple geometry turbo. So there are a few engines out there that are running a simple geometry turbo. They typically spin at around 32,000 to 36,000 RPM, somewhere in there. Variable geometry turbo can spin up to 100,000 RPM. So got a whole lot of speed in there, a lot of heat. A variable geometry turbo is very complex with a lot of moving parts in there. So we want to make sure that we are keeping that thing clean so that it works. Limited oil supply and high heat generally doesn't result in ideal conditions. So that stiction eliminator gets in there and it cleans everything out to make sure we're as close as optimal as possible when we are running a variable geometry turbo. It's probably one of the parts that among all the brands of engines that we see as a pretty common failure is that variable geometry failing. That turbo failing, and again, they're not cheap. We're not talking about the same price levels as emission systems, but they're still expensive. You still have downtime involved with it, and can just be a pain in the butt. And that keeping it clean is going to reduce the chance of failure. The other part where I see the stiction eliminator playing a huge role is in piston rings. And just like we answered the last caller, we're talking about piston speed, piston stroke. The ring design is really influenced by the base architecture of the engine. So the engines that have longer stroke, the engineers tend to really focus on putting what they call a low drag piston ring in there to reduce the friction in order for that engine to be competitive with a shorter stroke engine. So as we get lower and lower drag on these piston rings, sometimes they don't seal up quite as tight as what they should, and we start to get blow by past the rings, and we get what they call carbon packing in those rings. And there are a few brands of engines out there that are very susceptible to carbon packing, and one of the brands has even kind of tried to develop their own version of, I think, the stiction eliminator, where they want you to dump this really expensive oil that they market in to try to take the carbon packing out of those rings. In my mind, you're just better off to run the stiction eliminator in your oil to prevent that carbon packing from starting in the first place. Why wait till, everything kind of goes down the tubes and then, try to unpack it at that point. So the stiction eliminator, I think, is very, very important on these high-tech engines. And a lot of people will say, well, why don't they just put it in the, they formulate it in the regular oils. Regular oil, they don't know what that's really going to go into, so they don't really know what the need is for every individual engine. They just have to meet kind of this generic spec that they all have to meet in order to go into that engine. The stiction eliminator is addressing a very specific reason that we need that in there, and that is to, prevent that carbon packing in these low drag piston rings. And every engine uses a version of that today. Some OEMs or some engineers are more comfortable with a really, really low drag ring. Other, engineers or OEMs, they're not that comfortable. They don't want to see that blow by. And so there may be variances in the amount of drag in the rings, but they are all low drag rings, are classified that way. So it's important to keep them rings free of carbon so they can move in the groove the way they're supposed to and seal up the combustion event. When we don't seal up the combustion event, we can get blow by into the engine oil, so we can see high soot levels, which means we may have to change the oil prematurely, or it can go the other way. The oil can get past the ring, and now you've got oil in the combustion event, which creates particulate, which goes downstream and contaminates your emission system. And there we are again, back to the expensive emission system. So very important in my mind. I think this is something that we're going to start, really putting to use in the fleet pretty hard. In my test truck, I've had really good luck with it. It just really helps to keep things clean, make sure those piston rings are working right. The engines with variable geometry turbos, you want to make sure that's all working right. When them variable geometry turbos start to stick and they're not sliding right and they're not working quite right, emission levels go up. Everything seems to impact emission levels when it's not working right. When everything's working right, the engines are pretty good. When they're not quite working right, we start to get into problems. These products help keep the engine running at optimal efficiency, not just acceptable. And that's where you always want to be as an individual truck owner. You always want to be at optimal. You never want to be at acceptable. So Stiction Eliminator is a pretty cool product, and it's something, like I said, I've used personally in my test truck for quite a while, and it's done a hell of a job for me to help keep my engine where I want it.
So for those who haven't yet tried the Stiction Eliminator, I think like when you first, if you're going to first use it, you're using what they call like a clean out dose, which is like a double treatment. And then after that, like a routine maintenance. Is it every 6 months, once a year, twice a year? What's your recommendation?
Yeah, and I think the way we're going to roll it out in our fleet is it's going to be just like the Diesel Extreme. It's going to be at our 66,000 mile oil drop interval. We're going to add the Stiction Eliminator right at the oil change. It's important to understand that Stiction Eliminator is not a solvent. And that's extremely important to understand, that this stuff can live right in there with the engine oil for the full duration. You don't have to drop it early. It's not a solvent. It's not going to reduce lubricity. It's not going to screw your engine up because you're thinning out oil. In fact, it's going to help reduce wear. And I've seen numbers up to 62% through lab testing. So this is a great product. A lot of these types of products are solvents, and they say, oh, dump it in, run it for 1,000 miles, heat it up, and then dump all the oil out again. So that one thing to keep in mind, it is not solvent. And so it does probably a better job of cleaning, and it actually reduces wear in the engine when it's in there. So just a great product. You're correct. Initially, if you've never done it before, it looks like it's 4 ounces per quart of oil. And then once you do that initial, your maintenance is 2 ounces per quart of oil. And I've done it in, like I said, my personal truck, test truck, and I've got another test truck out there that I've used it in, and it works very well.
Very good. All right, so that's I think for the big trucks, that comes in like the 64-ounce bottles, and I think we had something they called it the Hot Shot Diesel Duo, where you put the Stiction Eliminator in on the oil side and the Diesel Extreme in on the fuel side, and you're cleaning out both sides at the same time.
Yeah, a pretty potent combination, and you're keeping those injectors clear. You're actually hitting the rings from both sides. The diesel extremes hitting it from the combustion side, the stiction eliminators hitting it from the oil side, and really working to keep those rings free of carbon and moving and sealing up the way they should. It's keeping the soot out of the oil, and it's keeping the oil out of the combustion process, and it's keeping the fluids where they should be. And it's a really nice dynamic duo, so to speak, to be using every time you change your oil. Now, some of the guys that are on shorter oil intervals, some guys are out there still changing oil at 12 or 15,000 miles. You're probably going to want to do it, once, maybe every other or every third oil change, something like that. We're at 66,000 miles, so our trucks typically run, 125,000 miles a year. So we're looking at a twice a year where we're doing that.
Very good. All right, let me see here. Looking at 22 past the hour. Did we have another product we wanted to get to? What was next up?
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about the TBN booster and the diesel winter rescue. Both things that I think are great ideas. The TBN booster is something that we're going to just start testing here soon. And the diesel winter rescue, that's just something that's always a great idea to carry with you in the cold weather in case things go bad. That is your lifeline right there to get you up and running again. If you're treating fuel the way you're supposed to with the diesel winter anti-gel, which we run in place of the everyday treatment in the winter. We kind of use it the same. The dosage rate's a little bit different, but that's what we run in the winter is the diesel winter anti-gel. And then we run the EDT during the warmer months, and carrying that the diesel winter rescue in case things go bad and you do gel up. It can get you out of a bind. The TBN booster is really interesting to me because we do longer oil changes, and we do oil sampling on a regular basis. And a lot of times the only reason you really have to dump the oil is because you're looking at, your TBN got a little bit low. So to be able to re-additize that oil, so to speak, I think is just a brilliant idea. We'll test every 25,000 miles, and on occasion, for whatever reason, we'll have one that is clearly not going to make it to the 66,000 miles. And, we don't want to have to pull that unit out early because it's just the TBN issue, and we can re-additize with the TBN booster and bring the total base number up to where it needs to be to protect us from the acids that are forming in the oil and keep that truck on the road. So that's going to be, I think, a pretty popular product with us as we move forward and really start to understand how that product works, and we do some more testing on it. But that's a really cool product that I think has a lot of potential in our fleet, and probably for most owner operators, especially the guys that are still dropping oil at 10,000 or 15,000 mile oil changes. In the past, it's always said, well, oil's cheap and a new engine or an overhaul is, very expensive, which is true. We've been doing these extended drain intervals for years and years now. All my engines run out over 1 million miles before overhaul. Honestly, I can't even think of the last time where I had to pull an engine out of service to do an overhaul. It's got to be pre-2007. And we've been running extended drain intervals. Compression is always good in those engines, very little blow by. You have to sample, and you have to understand what the sample's telling you. And Hot Shot offers a sampling program. So that's something that everybody should be thinking about. If you're not sampling oil, you need to be. And then you can understand how to use this TBN booster. And that's kind of what we're looking at, how to incorporate it into our system. How's the dosage work, and what's the right treat rate for us? I suspect everybody's going to be a little bit different, but that's going to be a very, very, very cool product, no doubt.
So when you're doing the oil sampling thing, and I know that was going to be my next question, you brought it up. I know they offer the kits where you just you take a little sample of your oil, you send it in, it's run through like an analysis, then they send back the results, and they can see if you have varying like metal products that may be showing up, which one type of metal would determine it could be this, another type of metal could be that, and that's where you're getting your total base number. How often do you recommend a sample? 15, 30,000? What's the recommendation?
Yeah, we're sampling every 25,000 miles. When a person's first starting and they're not real comfortable with extended drains, you may want to sample at your current drain interval. Say you're dropping it at 10,000 miles, you may want to sample at 10,000. Just to see what's going on, just to give you peace of mind. We've been doing this long enough. For us, it's about 25,000 miles. We know that's when we need to take that sample. And our whole maintenance scheme is kind of built around when do we have to pull an oil sample and when are we dropping oil. And our services are all built around that. So, you'll get a report. And I haven't seen Hot Shots report yet, and this is something I'm going to get with the guys to take a look at how they're doing their oil analysis. But you're right, you're looking for wear metals, copper, aluminum, lead, things like that. You're looking for, there's components that are built into the oil. That total base number is the ability to neutralize acid in the oil. It's my understanding. And as that goes down, it always looks to me like there is a connection between oxidation and the total base number going down. Oxidation kind of goes up. And if we get flagged for something early, it's always related to oxidation and total base number of the oil. You thermally stress that oil, oxidation goes up, forms some acids, and your total base number goes down as it tries to neutralize that acid. So, important to test. Test as often as you're comfortable with. I mean, for your own peace of mind to start with, and then over time you'll find the right interval for your operation. And a lot of times when they do the test, they can flag certain things, and they'll say, oh, look, this is higher than what we typically see. You need to pay attention to this, or you need to change this oil right away, or, you need to look, you've got a major failure going on. We got a lot of lead and a lot of tin and a lot of copper. We think you have main bearings going out, or whatever the case may be. So the oil sampling is pretty cool because it really gives you inside look as to the health of that engine and how strong it is, or if you're having some problems.
Okay, very good. Have you ever thought about using the bypass filtration systems? That's maybe when we come back, because we got to get our bottom of the hour news break just ahead there, but. Some people can go, especially if you've got a bypass system and you're talking about the TBN. You're doing extended drains. Some can go 100, 150,000, or even further, really extending the life of the engine oil, especially if you use the full synthetic oils. Maybe when we come back, we can address some of that. Around the country here on a Monday. Good to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says the United States has now administered more than 107 million doses of coronavirus vaccine. The new numbers show that almost 37 million people have now been fully vaccinated. Dr. Anthony Fauci says that while those numbers are good, another surge in cases is still possible. The head of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases tells NBC's Meet the Press that we have to now avoid the urge to get rid of public health measures.
We absolutely need to avoid the urge to say, oh, everything is going great, which it is going in the right direction. But once you declare victory, that metaphor that people say, if you're going for a touchdown, don't spike the ball on the 5-yard line. Wait until you get into the end zone. And we're not in the end zone yet. And that's one of the issues. That when you plateau, there's always the risk of a surge. That's exactly what the Europeans have experienced.
This is USA Radio News.
In today's day and age, it's refreshing to find a company with values that match yours. And it's even more extraordinary when the products they make exceed your expectation in every way. That's what Michael's Naturopathic Programs has done for over 30 years. With more than 50 tried and truthful high-potency formulas, Michael's Naturopathic Programs give your body what it needs. No more guessing what herbs or vitamin, amino acid, or mineral you need. With Michael's, it's all in one bottle. From cardiovascular support to weight management to nervous system support to detox and cleansing and more. Michael's Naturopathic Programs work. They have to. Michael himself has been giving them to his family from the very start. Visit michaelshealth.com and get your tried and truthful formulation today. That's MICHAELS health.com. MICHAELS health.com.
Get a special discount when you input the code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg for your special discount.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Thanks so much for hanging out with us as we get the brand new week underway. And what are we looking at here? Talking about something, a wildfire that part of the country where you don't often talk about them. And we're talking Orange County, New Jersey, battling a large brush fire that has already consumed several buildings, damaged homes, forcing evacuations. Amid the warnings of dangerous fire conditions from the National Weather Service. Started in Lakewood. Cause of the fire not known at this point in time, but they believe weather was a factor. National Weather Service actually issued warnings stating how fast fires could rapidly spread. And according to the fire chief, this is the evidence of just that. Blaze continued to spread Sunday evening, affecting several large businesses, they tell us. It actually shut down part of the Garden State Parkway. that runs on the east side of Lakewood, about 50 miles northeast of Philadelphia. Other major roads have been impacted. About 100 people were ordered to evacuate their homes after the fire jumped the parkway and entered Brick Township, according to the New Jersey Fire Service. It's spread over 75 acres. Last word, like 70 or 40% contained, but the high winds continue to make it difficult to extinguish. One firefighter's been injured. No details of those injuries. The Point Pleasant Fire Department said the fire has damaged multiple structures near the Lakewood Industrial Complex in Brick. Now, this went back into the early afternoon hours, but again, continued to spread through the evening hours. Dispatches for both the police and fire departments tell weather.com they were too busy to give any more information on the size of the fire or any other details. But some video coming in and photographs of homes that have been destroyed, the thick smoke, huge brush fire. All right, a Target store was one of the businesses they had to evacuate, according to the Lakewood News Now. They were under red flag warnings because of the very dry, windy conditions that are expected to last on through the day today, Monday. Both state and local crews are involved in fighting a significant fire. Relative humidity is only about 20% in the area. They've got winds gusting to near 40 miles per hour. All right, the agency said there's been several reports of other brush fires in the area, but again, talking about a part of the country where we don't typically talk about a lot of wildfires, brush fires, so something a little different tonight there. Lakewood, New Jersey. We'll get the latest for you as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday. All right, back with Joel Morrow. We left there, and you're running. I thought when you first started the show, and you were talking 66,000 mile intervals. That's a pretty significant interval. Have you ever discussed or thought about trying bypass filters to run even further, or are you not a big fan of that?
Well, no, we actually have some bypass filtration on all of our trucks. With the Volvo setup, you have two full flow filters, and then you have one what they call a bypass filter. Now, it doesn't go down to the micron level that I typically think of a bypass filter getting, way down around 2 micron or so. The Volvo filter doesn't get down that low, but basically our 66,000 miles that we're running is a factory recommended drain interval on these new engines because it has a form of bypass filtration on it. So you have to look at bypass filtration whether if you are an owner operator or a fleet. If a fleet has a bunch of trucks that they're just going to, maybe turn over in 3 years, it may not be cost effective in that instance to put it on. As an owner-operator or a small fleet owner, I think bypass filtration makes all the sense in the world. And you're right, you can get out to 150, 200, 250,000. I've seen guys push out over 500,000 miles with a sampling program and the right bypass filtration setup. Actually had a conversation with Kyle and Chris about possibly doing some bypass filtration on a couple of my test units and really, really trying to optimize this thing to see how far we can get out and help to improve the fuel mileage. You are correct that if you're going to run bypass filtration, that allows you to run the full synthetic engine oils that, have that potential to really help bump up your fuel efficiency and reduce wear in the engine. So I think it's a really smart move for an owner operator to really look at bypass filtration and running a full synthetic oil. In the past, if you have to dump that full synthetic oil because you have an oxidation problem early on, it gets really expensive, but right. Now when we're looking at the additive, the TBN additive and the bypass filtration together, I think you can really get out to some impressive numbers on extended drain intervals. And actually reduce wear and increase fuel efficiency in the engine.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's, I believe, the primary reason Chris developed the TBM, because they've got the Franz bypass filter system that they've offered for many years, and that's the one thing. If the TBM is that essentially the detergents that wear out in the oil that you need to replenish?
Yeah, it's your total base number. It's not necessarily detergent, but the ability of that oil to neutralize acid. At least that's my understanding. Okay. And as your base goes down, acid levels and oxidation tend to rise. And so being able to re-additize that and bring that base level back up so it can continue to neutralize acids, I think just makes all kinds of sense. They're really onto something there, because that is what we always bumped up against, way back in the day when we were only running 4 or 5 trucks. We wanted to do those extended drains, and on occasion, we were able to get out to 150 or 200,000 miles, but more often than not, we'd get flagged for low TBN. And no matter how much bypass filtration you have, you still can see that oxidation and TBN issue going on. So, brilliant move on their part to be able to re-additize and do bypass filtration. Now you've got the whole package, and you've got a real tool that's going to be of value to the owner operators. You're not really rolling the dice. And, before that TBN was there, even with bypass filtration, I always kind of felt like I was rolling the dice on this stuff. I was never really super comfortable with it, but being able to re-additize, now I've got a whole new comfort level with it. So I want to explore that a little more with these guys and see what we can do with it.
Yeah, I know Kyle said you're going to be working specifically on testing some of the product. I mean, they've done all kinds of testing over the years. Chris has explained how they go out in a controlled environment and make sure, talking about wind or precip or anything that might change from going with just the oil, then adding the treatment to make a difference, that kind of voids the test. Everything needs to be exactly the same, identical. And of course, I guess the best way for testing is you put things on a dyno, right? Because that is a controlled environment. Everything's the same.
Well, there are advantages to that, putting things on a dyno and see what happens on a dyno, but we don't deliver freight on a dyno. A controlled environment that they talk about, it is necessary. Another way to look at it is over time in the real world. And that's what I've kind of made my name on is kind of looking at things over long periods of time in the real world. And I have tools that allow me to drill down on data points that I can look back in time and compare them to what's going on now. And it's very, very accurate. So do you need dyno testing? Absolutely, 100%. Do you need the controlled environmental testing that they talk about? You absolutely 100% need that short-term glimpse that's very controlled to see what's happening. And you also need that extended long-term look at things to really truly understand how that product's going to perform. And I think I kind of bring that to the picture. So, hopefully we develop a good working relationship here, and we can do some things with fuel efficiency that really helps the owner operators. I bring a ton of real world knowledge, and, I've been in the game a long time. I can help guys sidestep things that we know just don't work and put them down the path that things we know work really well. So, I'm really looking forward to building a relationship here with the guys at Hot Shot and getting into some real in-depth testing with them.
Okay. Scott says, I got a friend buying a new Cascadia with the DD16 and a 12-speed auto. Does starting out with the treatment, starting from a new truck, would that warrant the cost, or is there future cost savings by starting from new, such as DPF and sensor issues, those sort of things?
Absolutely start from new. Obviously, with a new truck, you're not going to have to do, the high-powered initial treatments on things, but start with new. Look at the recommended dosing on it, and it will. And we do this with our trucks. You start them out from day one with it, and over time, you more than make your money back on this. I mean, it pays huge dividends. One of the things as an individual owner operator, sometimes that's hard to see because you don't have multiple other trucks to compare that to. And when we used to do initial testing, with and without, with groups of trucks, then you start to understand the failure rate of the trucks that haven't been treated versus the group that has been. And I've told this story before. As a fleet, several years ago, as a cost-cutting measure, we were just going to get rid of fuel treatment altogether, and we did for about 8 months. And our maintenance costs skyrocketed versus our historic norms over those 8 months. And when we brought the fuel treatment back into the picture, then our maintenance costs came right back into where historic norms were. So we know it has a very, very significant impact on your operational costs. It is a little bit more money up front, but it really pays dividends long term on the backside. There's just no doubt about it.
I know back a number of years ago, and I guess it's a kind of a two-part question. The bigger fleets would purchase trucks, and they'd kind of be on a rotating schedule to where they would trade in every 3 years. They'd kind of run the warranty, and then so you're constantly trying to keep your fleet upgraded, and they would tend to, I guess, maybe kind of ignore some of the maintenance things you're talking about here because they're constantly getting new equipment. Has that changed, or is a lot of that still going on these days?
No, a lot of that goes on, and a lot of it's not for the reason that a lot of people imagine. Most of that fast trade cycle is for driver recruitment purposes. It truly is. It is very, very difficult to recruit drivers as a company driver to put them in an old truck. So first and foremost, you have to understand that that's the main driver of that. But yeah, is it true that fleets want to avoid as much maintenance as possible and keep that truck on the road? Yeah, that part hasn't changed. Once you get to a certain size as a fleet, it's more about economies of scale than it is actually being efficient. So, they buy the trucks cheaper. They can run them for a shorter period of time. They try to do less maintenance to them. They don't even want to get to the first overhead a lot of times. They don't even want to have to do that. And forget about replacing sensors and all the things that I talk about. So when you are smaller and you're going to keep that truck 5, 7, 10 years, whatever the case may be, all of this stuff becomes critically important from day one when you buy a new truck. If you're not doing this stuff day one and it catches you in year 3 and you're putting all this money into it, it's kind of too late to really start trying to do this all because you're going backwards with all the repairs and all the downtime. And so it's critically important that you get off on the right foot and start this stuff from day one. Absolutely critically important. But yeah, I mean, fleet trucks, if you can buy a fleet truck right, and, we go over them and, we run the overhead, we replace the sensors, we clean the DPF out, we treat it with all the things that we're talking about here, the Stiction Eliminator and the Diesel Extreme, and we get that thing cleaned out. Yeah, you can get a pretty good deal on some of these trucks, but you have to know what to look at and what to do. And hopefully we'll be going over some more of that, in shows in the future and letting these guys know what they need to look at if you're going to buy a used fleet truck.
That was going to be my next question about if you're buying a used fleet truck. Technically, a lot of times, my grandfather was always a stickler about not buying a used car. Someone traded it. They trade in because they've got an issue. Typically, you're just going to buy somebody else's problem, So he was always about buying a brand new vehicle. But you look at the cost. You lose on an automobile several thousands of dollars when you pull it off the lot. That's what I've been told. So I'm guessing it's kind of the same on the big trucks, is it not?
It is true, and we like to curse the technology on the new trucks, but a lot of times it can be your best friend when you're buying a used truck, because you can look at the number of regens that truck's done. You can look at the number of failed regens where it didn't complete them all. You can learn the entire history of the emission system basically on that truck. Just by looking at some readouts from the ECM, we can look at the pressure differential currently to understand, is the DPF just about plugged up? Do we need to change it? So you don't need, like back in the day, we had to have this big stack of maintenance records. That's nice to have, but it's really looking at the ECM report, digging deep down into that and really understanding how that emission system is performing right at the moment and how it has performed historically, to understand if you've got a truck with some issues. With the automated transmissions now, we can actually see how many times the clutch is overheated, how many times certain things haven't gone right. We can look at all these things in detail. And, I'm going to try and get a hold of that information, and hopefully we can present it on a show like this so guys understand, okay, this is the readout I need. This is what I need to look at to understand, has this truck been abused or has it been decent? If it's been pretty decent, what do we need to do to it maintenance wise to really get it road ready before, we put it into service? And, we don't want to go out there on the first trip and break down and have to spend $20,000 to repair an emission system and a turbocharger. So, that technology cuts both ways. People like to curse it, but it can also really be your friend if you know how to use it.
Okay, very good. Well, you mentioned differing topics. Now, each Monday, we're going to hit on some varying issues, technology, modern technology. I guess we can run the gamut of varying things to talk about. If maybe some of the drivers out there might have some suggestions, things they'd like to delve into a bit. Is there a way they can contact you, or want them to email me and I could forward that to you, or what?
Yeah, well, why don't you have them email you to start with here, and if we get something that everybody seems to really want to talk about or want to know more about, we'll definitely pick that up and do a show on it. Absolutely.
And you've got in the coming weeks, you're going to be coming up with your own topics across the line, right? Hopefully, things people are into. We're trying to talk about trucking, the industry, and how to save money. The last couple of weeks, we've talked about fuel economy. That was the kind of the top thing, and you're big into getting the best fuel economy out of the truck as possible.
Yeah, that's my thing is fuel efficiency and truck specs. I know the maintenance end of it to a certain degree, and I have access to a couple master techs that are very familiar with all brands of engines. So if people have some maintenance items that they have questions about, have them email you, and I'll see what I can find out through my text, or maybe I'll know it right off the top of my head. Speccing new trucks, I'm very, very well versed at speccing new trucks as well. I can help folks out with that. So, fuel efficiency, operational efficiency, setting these trucks up to perform well, to make the most money you can make while you're out there.
Okay. Lastly, one of the hot button issues here in the recent weeks, we got a new administration, and we got all these things coming back full circle, where we've got bills suggesting mandatory speed limiters or governors on trucks. They've got the bill mandating underride guards on the trailers. One of the things we've talked about when you're talking fuel efficiency is those, the skirts on the trucks. I think we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. And I'm just kind of thinking in my brain, if you have these mandated underride guards you're talking about, is that going to interfere with the ability to put side skirts on trucks? Are you familiar? Any idea?
Well, I don't really understand how they're going to make the underride guards work. Typically in Europe, and they have underride guards, we're set up a little different here, where we've got these below grade docks where you typically don't see that in Europe. We have longer trailers, and we have different axle configurations. So think about if we have a very rigid underride guard and we're trying to come out of a below grade dock with a crown up top, you're going to get hung up on those places and not be able to move. It's going to become very, very difficult to mandate. And I mean, people are going to have to change their loading facilities. So much stuff is going to have to change. I just honestly, I don't see how they make that work.
Okay.
Could you put fairings on an underride guard? Absolutely can. That part's not a problem, but just really making that work out here in the real world, I don't see it happening.
Okay. And you've got a fleet of 70 trucks, and there's going to be a cost factor
Correct.
as well. OOIDA says that, trying to force these drivers, the entire country to retrofit all these trailers is going to be billions and billions of dollars. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's exactly right. That is not going to be a cheap thing to do because it's not just retrofitting the trailers. There are so many just roads. There's a lot of roads where you have rail crossings. I mean, trailers are going to get hung up on rail crossings and these very rigid underride guards like they run in Europe. Europe, they have Tridem trailers. They're much shorter, so that space in there where you might get hung up, it's not as great. You don't have the distance between the drive axle and the lead of the Tridem on the trailer. We've got 53-foot trailers with sliders that we got to get legal. And when you have to run back at the 48-foot mark and then you have to go over a rail crossing, we've all seen the signs, no low boys over this crossing. Mm-hmm. Well, you're essentially making your trailer a drop frame trailer. And how do you get over those rail crossings? How do you get out of below grade dock? There's a lot of things people are not thinking about here, and I don't understand how they make it work.
Okay, I kind of thought that would be the case. I brought that came up last week. I think Big Moose was telling a lot of these places where he backs into at these stores, you're backing down a big steep incline to get to the base of the store to unload there, and then when you're pulling out, you're going to get hung up. So. All right, some of the interesting things that are coming down the pike, yeah. All right, so Joel, you'll join us again next Monday morning. We'll have some other topics of discussion, and of course, if anyone has any suggestions, things they'd like us to delve into, my email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. You can find Joel Morrow, his last name is Morrow, on Facebook, correct?
Correct.
All right, and if I get any emails or whatever, I will forward them your way. Interesting show this morning, Joel. Thank you so much. So I guess you're back on the road later today, or?
I'm going into work at 6 a.m. So yeah, I'm back out on the road. I got a couple of drops up in Michigan, and I'll be home tomorrow afternoon at some point.
Okay, all right. So you get a little catnap in between now and then, and on the road, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
I appreciate you spending some time with us here as we get the brand new week underway. And be safe out there, and we'll chat again next week.
Awesome. Sounds great. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Steve.
Be safe. All righty. There you go. We're up to news update time here as we close things out for another hour. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. If you'd like to jump on board on a back-to-work Monday, our number, as always, is 844-3388. After doing the spring forward over the weekend, right? Lots to cover as we make our way into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says the United States has now administered more than 107 million doses of coronavirus vaccine. The new numbers show that almost 37 million people have now been fully vaccinated. Dr. Anthony Fauci says that while those numbers are good, another surge in cases is still possible. The head of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases tells NBC's Meet the Press that we have to now avoid the urge to get rid of public health measures.
We absolutely need to avoid the urge to say, oh, everything is going great, which it is going in the right direction. But once you declare victory, you know, that metaphor that people say, if you're going for a touchdown, don't spike the ball on the 5-yard line. Wait until you get into the end zone. And we're not in the end zone yet. And that's one of the issues, that when you plateau, there's always the risk of a surge. That's exactly what the Europeans have experienced.
This is USA Radio News.
For 3 years, you've heard me talk about MyPillow and the MyPillow Premium Pillow and how I get the best night's sleep of my life, how they don't go flat. They are washable and dryable and made in the USA. And it continues the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special for Mike Lindell. A standard or queen-size premium MyPillow, $29.98. You're saving $40. King-size pillows, only $5 more. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. And while you're at MyPillow.com, check out all the deep discounts on all the other MyPillow products. MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Stimulus checks from the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that passed last week have begun to hit the bank accounts of some Americans, though March 17th is the official day that payments are scheduled to begin. Republicans say that the actual cost of those stimulus payments is much higher than most would be willing to pay. Senator Tom Barrasso says calling the bill a measure for COVID relief is false advertising. The Wyoming Republican tells ABC News this week that the bill should have been about defeating the virus and should not have contained so much money for other projects.
We have 3 vaccines that are very effective. We have that's what President Biden has inherited, a recovering economy. So Republicans want to make sure people get shots in the arms, kids get back to school, people get back to work, but we are not going to stand with the Democrats as they try to exploit a crisis to send lots of money to big cities and to blue states and to really failed pension plans. This is not supposed to be a bailout. It's supposed to be about helping get the disease behind us.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Gasoline prices have increased a quarter over the last 3 weeks, and according to industry analyst Trilby Lund,
you have successfully connected as a host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hi, good to have Joel Morrow join us on a Monday morning. He'll be back with us next week. Meanwhile, we make our way into a Monday, 15th day of March. Doing a quick refresh on the national radar scene. Yeah, right on the heels of a very, very busy weekend weather-wise. Still have some issues out there depending on where you are around the country. Pull up some of our latest advisories, see what we're looking at. Again, we still have the blizzard warnings in place till about 6 a.m. Mountain Time. With the blowing and drifting snow. Just still a little bit of snow in the mix. I'm looking out here areas still, say from Denver over into eastern, east central Colorado, right over toward the Colorado-Nebraska line. Rain right along the line. Get back into Colorado and it's still snow. Those heavy snows continue to fall from Rapid City, South Dakota, to Pierre, to Brandon, down into Vermilion. It's changed over to all snow there now. Yeah, northwest corner of Iowa, western Iowa, northwestern Iowa. You've seen the changeover from a little mixed bag of precipitation to mostly plain old snow. It's still rain in Des Moines. It's still rain in Omaha, Nebraska. But, we'll keep an eye on things through the overnight hours. Then, of course, the heavy rains extending down through. Rain's going to be pushing into Quincy, Illinois over the next hour. You'll see some heavy rains overnight. Rain's now east of Springfield, almost dead center between Springfield and Springfield, Missouri, that would be, and St. Louis, Illinois, down through central portions of Arkansas. And rain begins to taper off when you get down into northern portions of Louisiana tonight. Under our industry headlines, 2 men under arrest after robbing thousands of dollars in cigarettes from a truck driver in Boaz, Alabama. 30-year-old Nariton Brooks Jr., 32-year-old Arian Chavez Lanier robbed a truck driver at the Murphy USA gas station as he was making a delivery about 9 o'clock there Friday morning. According to police, one of the men confronted the driver, told him to hand over cases of cigarettes. When the driver refused, the suspect climbed into the truck and threatened to become violent. Both suspects then started to unload cigarettes from the back of the truck. Ultimately took about $10,000 worth of cigarettes. The driver signaled to the store clerk to call 911. Officers spotted the vehicle, pursuing the 2 men until they exited their vehicle on a dead end. They were arrested within 10 minutes of the robbery. There's one that the crime doesn't pay. Both suspects being held in the Boaz, Alabama City Jail. Not the way they wanted to start their weekend, was it? All right, a Montana-based long-haul truck driver using a Facebook post to spread awareness about why motorists should respect the space of drivers who are hauling coils, a.k.a. those big steel coils. Daisy Delaney, the driver, using the post to remind drivers that hauling a coil can sometimes force a truck driver to make a life or death decision if she has to slam on her brakes. She says, "Don't make me choose between your life and my own life. This is a coil," she writes. "It's considered one of a truck driver's most lethally dangerous loads. Most of the time, you won't see them out like this because companies want us to cover them with tarps. So if you see us rolling with a big covered lump in the middle of our trailers or what looks like a giant hay bale all in a row, please give us some room. We cannot turn sharp corners because they can tip over on us. We certainly cannot slam on our brakes. We leave a big pocket of space in front between our front end and your loved ones because a lot of coils weigh 45,000 plus pounds and we need a lot of room to stop. These are only held down by chains, and enough stopping inertia can snap those chains. Many times folks don't know the risk of these loads. A situation that could make us slam on our brakes takes a different thought process than other loads. We essentially are forced to either commit suicide or take out whatever's in front of us that just forced us to slam on our brakes. That could be you. It is not a comfortable ultimatum, and one we ask you not to ask us to choose. Feel free to share this, and let's educate the drivers out there on our highways. What you see is the photograph of what was a flatbed with a coil on it, where said driver was forced to slam on the brakes, to which coil came flying forward, snapped the chains, and essentially crushed the cab of that truck. I'm not certain in this particular case. I'm assuming it could have been a deadly decision by the driver of that particular truck to slam on the brakes, because doesn't much look like the driver could have survived being crushed in the cab like that. But all right, there you go. A couple of the industry headlines as we get things underway here on a Monday morning. What's on your mind? Open lines at 844-844-3388. And let's see what's going on with, well, yeah, there's old horse feathers. How's the new week starting out, sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is starting out pretty good. So what week are we in? 6, 7? Where are we at? You keeping track yet?
Oh, as far as the number of shows, I think I've kind of lost track. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have to get a calendar. Well, hey, you've got a calendar in your store now, don't you? You can get one of them out there and start keeping track of the weeks. So, yeah, hey, it's not just the coil haulers that have that problem. I mean, the guys that haul the flat steel, the flat steel will slide on the flatbeds like that because you normally just tie down sides. You really don't tie down ends. So, I mean, if they have to get on the brakes hard, come in contact with something solid, the load can slide forward, get into the cab.
Sure.
Lumber haulers can do that. Us tanker yankers, hey, we have issues. We can't make hard turns to make a lot of avoidances. So, they're pretty much just every truck on the road. You might as well just figure every truck on the road has to have that extra cushion. So, ditto to what your last story was there you read. But yeah, you gotta be aware of the other vehicles around you and give them plenty of room to do what they need to do. So did you hear anything about bright lights in the sky yesterday morning? Were you able to see any bright lights in the sky, or was that just pretty much on the East Coast?
Well, I would have been seeing the back of my eyelids technically before the sun came up. I wasn't up till after the sun came up. So, what did I miss?
I guess about 6 o'clock yesterday morning. There was a lot of photos being sent to the local news stations there of the bright light in the sky, and apparently, as Philip talks about, Elon Musk had one of his Falcon 9 rockets launched there yesterday morning, and it was visible here in the Maryland area. Not that I was awake to see it, or I guess if I realized it was happening, I might have tried to poke my head out the window and look. But,
yeah.
But as I say, I didn't realize it. But they had quite a few beautiful pictures of the rocket, and you could see the bright light exactly where the ignition was burning and the tail of it and everything. It was a very spectacular image, and I'm like, well, there's one more rocket closer to us getting Starlink satellite service for our house there to my wife, and she's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't know how many satellites they take up every time they go up, but it adds a lot to their network, and as long as they keep adding more, we're getting closer day by day to it for the amount they send up every week. So we kind of glad to see that go.
I'm looking at some of the photos here. Apparently, they saw it in North Carolina. I'm saying one of them. Then this story is out of Johnstown, PA, to which it says meteor, rocket, aliens. Several residents capturing images of mysterious trail of light in the sky Sunday morning. Seen throughout western Pennsylvania as well as other states. This guy captured the image of the trail of light in State College while he was on his way to work. And yeah, if I were out rolling down the road and I didn't know, I'd think, what the heck is that? That looks like an alien, a UFO. What is that? Let me see here. Reports indicate the mysterious trail of light, as you said, is a result of the SpaceX satellite launch early Sunday morning. They launch 60 of those little satellites per launch. But man, they are on a fast and furious schedule with these launches. Because they just did one last week. What was it? Philip called in, was it Tuesday morning, I think? Tuesday or Wednesday morning with last week's launch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, as you say, they're doing at least a couple a week there. So, we have notification that basic service should be available in our location. And for a minor little startup fee to get equipment of $500, we could be involved. And I guess there's $100 a month access charge. So, really, in the big scheme of things, it's right in ballpark with the other satellite internet providers. And it sounds like this internet service is going to be so far and above and beyond anything that's out there right now that, yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it. We haven't quite dived into it yet, but we're certainly considering it. It's a very good possibility that we might be trying it here in the nearer future.
How about that?
So, but glad to have Joel on again this morning. I got to catch part of it there while I wasn't out doing other things, but I'll catch it there on the replay. I'll try to listen to the whole thing there back later. But this sounds like it's going to be a good upcoming shows there for the Mondays there. Try to get some good information out. I was glad you asked a lot of good questions there for him to really start thinking about where we want to kind of take the maybe the interest to there in that. So we'll see how it all develops, but it looks like a good idea so far. I guess the big thing to say is, unless it gets extended, today's the last day that Hot Shot Secrets is doing the 100% match on the GoFundMe page for the Waypoint Bet.
Yeah, that's right. It is. Today's the 15th. You are correct.
So anybody that hasn't, that had the consideration, that is in the organization that I believe Steve and I have both very often thought about running to be the president of, and I'm sure Steve hasn't gotten around to bothering to run yet, like I haven't, the Procrastinators Club. Have you gotten to run for president of that yet, or are you still just getting ready to turn in your application to be the president?
I think I should be the de facto president, should I not?
Yeah, well, I think there's a bunch of us out here that could just fall into that category. But for anybody that's holding off to the fence, saying you're gonna, and you just haven't gotten there, now, I hate to say it, but it's like taking your final exam for your high school diploma. I guess it's time to get up and bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Today, I guess, unless somebody does something to make an extension, your money won't get doubled after today's. So,
all right, now I'm looking
anyway,
here.
Take full advantage of that.
They're at $14,785. That's what's been donated to date. So, yeah, Chris with Hot Shot Secret is vowed that yes, he's going to match that dollar for dollar. I mean, their goal was 30,000. So, I guess essentially they'd be maybe halfway where they need to get with donations for all the adventures they've got scheduled for 2021.
So, anyways, I don't know. Not a lot other than that going on. We got another clear sky, so I was kind of hoping Elon Musk might send another one up this morning there, because I definitely have an opportunity to see that one. It's a beautiful, clear day here, unlike what my friends out in Meade, Colorado sent us pictures of. Yesterday morning, they had over 18 inches stacked up outside their house there, and windows were all covered up on the west side of the house because of the wet, sticky snow. It was just sticking right to the side of the buildings. I guess it wasn't, it wouldn't just hit the building and fall to the ground. It just stuck to the side of it there, and so I guess they got a pretty good mess to get along with, but I guess their news service there, they were suggesting to people to make sure, on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they got out and got to their stores to make sure that they had enough food supply to be able to survive, 2 or 3 days without being able to get out to go to a store. Now, if you go home and you go in your cupboard there, do you think you can find 3 days worth of meals in your cupboard, refrigerator?
Yeah, absolutely.
At any time of the, well, how can people not have? How come people have to be told to make sure they have 2 or 3 days worth of food? And I mean, just the dry food alone. Now, it might not be my favorite thing to eat, but I guarantee I can live for probably at least a week with what we have in the cupboards. And I mean, we're within a couple days, probably this weekend, of making a full-blown replenishment of almost everything trip to Costco, where we'll probably drop between $400 and $500. But right now, I'm pretty sure we could still go pretty close to a full week between the wife and I. And I know we got more than a week's worth of dog food for the Great Dane. So as long as we keep him fed, he won't be chewing on us. If we don't want to run out of food for him, because you know how that goes. But it's just hard to believe this day and age that you have to tell people to, in places where there's winter, weather conditions, whether it's winter out, this time of year, or you got your hurricanes, tornadoes, and other weather events that could, cause power outage or inability to get to a store, that you have to have a little extra food in your pantry and that. But I do remember the days of going to New York City where, everybody stopped at the corner deli or the little corner grocery on the way home, and they picked up their food for their day that day. And I mean, it really had nothing in the house. It's just crazy.
I mean,
live like that,
there may be a lot of people that just, I don't know, that they grab something on the way home from work kind of thing, and they just they don't really have any stockpile of food at home.
Yeah, no, I never lived that way, so I guess I can't understand it. But anyways, so hey, with all that, appreciate the show, and we'll catch you again here a little later on.
All right, thank you much, Horse Feathers. Have a good night. Happy Monday. There you go. Oh, and by the way, the next SpaceX launch, I pulled up the schedule. Looks like it'll be they're slated for next Sunday morning. So 1 week in between these two launches, next Sunday morning, 12:37 a.m. That'll be March the 21st. They'd be up to their 23rd launch. 60 satellites at a time. So you do the math. Yeah, the numbers, I mean, they're rapidly getting those things up there. All right, wide open lines here on a Monday morning. It's 844-844-3388. So we come off of our big snow over the weekend, and still some snows impacting, as we've been mentioning, parts of South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa this morning as we get the new week underway. But looking ahead here the next few days, looks like a multi-day severe weather threat, potentially widespread. Threat of severe thunderstorms looming for the south this week, including some tornadoes as well as damaging winds and large hail. So we're talking about an intensifying low-pressure system drawing Gulf of Mexico moisture into the south as it tracks across the central and eastern states. So we're looking at late Tuesday through Thursday, according to the forecasters here. At that time, the same time, the jet stream's going to take that big plunge into the south. With this combination of ingredients coming together this time of year, that signals oftentimes there could be a significant threat of severe thunderstorms. This week ahead is no different, they tell us. So as we look here, Monday, that's where we find ourselves today. Before the storm system arrives, there could be an isolated severe thunderstorm threat in the lower Mississippi Valley this morning, parts of east central Mississippi and Alabama through the day ahead. That's with the tail of that big storm that brought the snows out west. Some of the showers and thunderstorms that we say this morning are extending down through Arkansas, Missouri, and on down into northern Louisiana. That's from the warm side of this big winter storm. Chance of severe thunderstorms then increases late Tuesday and Tuesday night over the south central states, areas from south central Kansas into much of Oklahoma, western Arkansas, southwestern Missouri, and far northern Texas have the greatest chance of seeing severe storms at this point in time. As we look toward midweek, did you realize you have St. Patty's Day this week? Yeah, some St. Patrick's Day could be the peak of this multi-day severe weather threat. Some severe weather might be ongoing Wednesday morning in parts of eastern Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Severe storms are expected to become more numerous through the afternoon and into the nighttime hours. From the central Gulf Coast to the lower Mississippi Valley, possibly as far east as Georgia and as far north as Tennessee and lower portions of the Ohio Valley. There could be a threat of tornadoes, especially near and south of where the warm front sets up over the south. Damaging winds, large hail will also accompany these storms this week. Looking at Thursday into Thursday night, at least some severe weather might persist on into the day. Thursday, from northern Florida to parts of Georgia, central and eastern portions of the Carolinas, and southern Virginia. You need to be following. That region needs to follow this forecast closely for updates over the next several days. All right, so kind of continue that pattern of fairly busy weather activity over the coming days. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388 and see who we got on the line here. Would that be Pappy?
Yes, sir. How you doing tonight, Steve?
I'm doing all right. Happy Monday.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, northbound 71 at Red Bank Road. The exit ramp to Red Bank is shut down. You got a semi that went over the concrete barrier, and they got a mess. So ODOT's even coming out to check the integrity of the overpass. So I think that thing's going to be shut down for a long time. So any of your truckers going that way, be careful.
Okay. And did you say that was a tanker that went over? Did you say that was a tanker that went over the wall, or?
That's what they're saying. Yes, sir.
Okay. So no word on whether there's a leak or a spill or anything like that, or?
Yeah, I don't think it was a tanker hauling fuel. I'm not sure exactly what it was hauling, but I don't think it was hauling fuel or anything.
All right, so 71 northbound at Red Bank is shut down.
Shut down.
Okay.
So the semis can go up to Stewart, hang a right, and go down to Madisonville if they need to kind of go around that way.
Gotcha. All right.
All right, I got to go.
Thank you so much.
Be
Yes,
safe.
thank you for the update. We do appreciate. There you go. All right, with that, what are we looking at? Changing the times over the weekend. So we get an extra hour of sunlight, they tell us now. But it comes with a potentially deadly cost. According to the study published in the British Medical Journal, hospitals report a 24% spike in heart attacks on the Monday after the switch. That's today. According to the Business Insider, researchers note that sleepy, post-daylight savings time drivers have more car crashes the following day. It also triggers more work-related injuries, strokes, and a temporary increase in suicides. It's crazy. One sleep expert said, "Our bodies are fragile and susceptible to even one lost hour of sleep." He calls the changing of the time twice annually a global experiment. We perform this to show how our bodies respond. In the fall, it's a blessing, but in the spring, it's a curse. One of the leading experts on sleep in America and the founder of it, Atlantis Wellness, has helped over 100,000 patients learn how to sleep well through the night. He said the lost hour caused by switching to the daylight savings time wreaks havoc on our bodies. Probably even more dangerous than the study actually suggests. The study does not explain why the increased risk to our health occurs, so more research needs to be done. But he said, in my experience, the reason even losing an hour of sleep is harmful, that the levels of the stress hormone, cortisol, apparently rises in the body. The stress of even anticipating the time change can raise your cortisol levels that affects both your autonomic and sympathetic nervous systems. When a person perceives a threat, that affects your heart. And lack of sleep causes an increased stress load on the heart. So, all right. They had some suggestions. Maybe we need to follow some of these for our Back to Work Monday. More to come after this. Wide open lines again. Monday, 15th day of March. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID vaccination efforts in Europe will temporarily slow as several nations are suspending the rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Ireland and the Netherlands are the latest to put their programs on hold after Norway reported 4 cases of blood clotting in patients who had received the shot. Both countries' health ministries say there is no evidence that the blood clots and the vaccine are linked, but they've made the moves out of an abundance of caution. And as several states have begun rolling back their coronavirus restrictions, Arkansas is set to join them. Governor Asa Hutchinson says the state will reconsider its mask mandate at the end of the month, looking at where it stands with cases and vaccination rates. Hutchinson tells CBS's Face the Nation that the time for tight restrictions is over.
I think the time in this pandemic for heavy-handed restrictions and mandates are going by the wayside so people can make good judgments. And we expect that to happen even after March 31st if the mask mandate is lifted.
This is USA Radio News.
Recover Now is a national campaign aimed at the education and awareness of the devastating effects of opioid and heroin abuse and curbing drug and alcohol addiction in the United States. Recover Now is sponsored by treatment facilities nationwide. Many of them have been where you are, and they want to help by spreading a message of hope and recovery. They're working hand in hand with major insurance companies nationwide that can help you or a loved one get clean in 7 to 30 days. Recover Now is embarking on a national outreach campaign on TV and radio to promote anti-addiction messages. So if you, a loved one, or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, do not wait. A new life for you could be 30 days away. Call us right now. I promise this call can change your life. Sponsored by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
800-292-3027. 800-292-3027. That's 800-292-3027.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump right back into it here on a Back to Work Monday. What are we looking at? Lines available at 844-844-3388. Back where we left off with changing the time. Springing forward, as they call it. A little bit too late for this, but you should have started preparing several days ago. They suggested going to sleep 15 to 30 minutes before your normal bedtime, so your body kind of has a little extra time to snooze, to make up for that lost hour. Too late for that. Stick to your schedule, they say. Keep a consistent exercise, meal, and social routine. Try to get out and get some bright morning light to get used to the change. Avoid taking long naps while getting some shut-eye after lunch is tempting. That can make it harder to get a good night's sleep. Well, we don't get a good night's sleep anyway. We're up all night. We don't have to follow this advice, do we? Avoid coffee and alcohol before bedtime. These can interfere with the quality of your sleep. And last recommendation, take a small dose of melatonin. Dr. Martone recommends 2 to 4 milligrams to help you sleep. A little bit of melatonin. I've never tried that. I know my wife has used that. Her sisters use melatonin. And they say it works. I don't know. Maybe I should try that sometime. Get a better day's sleep. All right, I want to jump over to the email bag here. Let's start off with email from Billy the Kid, who messaged me here about 1:30, about an hour ago. First of all, good morning. Had a major setback about 5 o'clock last night while headed back to the supplier. An intoxicated man in a pickup truck with a boat in tow decided to slam into my trailer tandems. Blew 3 of the 4 tires on the driver's side of my primary wagon. Well, after a nice long chat with police, the guy in the pickup went for an all-expense-paid vacation to the county hotel. I was able to drag the trailer off the road into a Kroger parking lot. After trying unsuccessfully for over an hour to find roadside assistance, I was finally able to get the big moose on the phone, and he brought me my second trailer. I was actually able to make my pickup. I'm actually being loaded now. Moose was able to chain up the front axle and limp the wrecked trailer back to his place with the one tire that was still okay on the rear axle. He just called me a few minutes ago and said he and Tater already replaced the wheels and tires, and I'm back in business. Moose did make a crack about just wait till you see the bill. But man, what a guy. I mean, I thought I knew what old school was, but I didn't till I met these guys. Now, I've only known these guys a couple of months, and they don't know me or owe me anything. I didn't realize people like this even existed these days. I mean, I try to pay it forward when I can, but I'm getting schooled on how independent truck drivers should treat one another. Anyway, great show tonight. I really enjoy when you have guests on the program. Have a great morning. All right, so there's the big moose coming to the rescue once again. How about that? Talk about old school, yeah. Couple I got over the weekend here. Jay chimed in and said, "Hello, Steve. I find it refreshing to listen to the replays on the weekend. Gives me something to listen to when you're not live. Things have really moved quickly with the station, with your new gig there. Lots of new ways to listen. I kind of like the hot shot green for the color in the studio. Kind of pays homage to your sponsor. Yes, that's the idea. Of course, you can always change the colors on the holidays. Of course, then again, St. Patty's Day is green anyway. All right, will somebody please shake the baloney out of the heads of these idiots who think we're going to buy electric vehicles? I saw one of those electric semis at a Love's Travel Center. I don't know what it thought it was doing other than maybe cleaning the windshield. But there's no way we're going to get thousands of electric charging stations all over the country. Anyway, I listen daily, but I'm in a rather loud environment, so I can't call in. Thanks for what you do, doing what you're doing. That's from the Drug Runner. All right, thank you so much for listening in, Drug Runner. And one more from Mike, otherwise known as Big Mike. Said 3 things. I started listening to you on your old gig and missed you. But I found you again, and I'm listening live over the next day on YouTube. Well, I either listen live or the next day. Okay. Back in the 80s, I worked in Wooster, Ohio, in a building next to Frito-Lay. One day I saw an 18-wheeler high in the air on a lift. I found out that was the way they unloaded the potatoes out of the trailer. I also found out that one day that they let a driver sleep behind the wheel. They raised the rig up and the driver eventually woke up, opened the damn door, and fell out. He died. You imagine that? Number 3, I especially enjoy your callers. I learn something new every night. I've actually hosted talk shows in the past in Northeast Ohio. I've listened to talk show hosts all over the country. You're one of the best, believe me. The wife even enjoys your show. This is the same person that used to tell me when I was in radio to get a real job. Anyway, horse feathers and eagles are 2 of my favorite callers. Years ago, we're talking back in the 70s, we were heavy into the CB radio thing. It was then when I started to become aware of the life of the truck driver. Anyway, just wanted to say, so glad you're back behind the microphone. That's quite the compliment. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the listeners. And again, email if you want to chime in. Feel free. It's steve@hotshotsecret.com. All right, going back to the topic of discussion, we let the final topic there when we were talking with Joel Morrow. One of the headlines from our friends at OOIDA, Friday's edition, the underride guards on certain new trucks and trailers to bring reassurance to families who've lost loved ones in underride accidents. But trucking groups voicing their opposition, citing safety hazards for truck drivers and the industry. The term underride refers to an accident where one vehicle partially slides underneath another, particularly when a passenger vehicle slides underneath a large truck. Kristen Hillebrand of New York and Marco Rubio of Florida reintroduced the Stop Underrides Act in the Senate last week. This bill would strengthen requirements for rear underride guards and add requirement for single-unit trucks. Specifically, the bill would require the installation of rear, side, and front underride guards on trailers and tractor trailers weighing more than 10,000 pounds, as well as on single-unit trucks that have a carriage more than 22 inches above the ground and weigh more than 10,000 pounds. Under current law, underride guards are not required on the sides or front of trucks. Of course, they are required on the back of a trailer. Now, if the bill is passed, a committee would be formed to monitor the underride rulemaking process. Identical legislation has been referred to the House of Representatives, Steve Cohen of Tennessee and Mark DeSaulnier of California. The Stop Underride Act is being referred to the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee. Then on the House side, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. This is the third time this bill's been introduced. Previous versions, which proposed retrofitting existing trailers and trucks, never really got out of committee. The bill was drafted by Marion Karth and Louise Hawkins, who started advocating for underride protection after their children died following separate underride crashes. Karth and her children were traveling on I-20 in Georgia back in 2013 when a semi-truck hit the back of their vehicle, spinning the car around, forcing it under a second semi-truck. Karth and her son survived, but her daughters were killed in that crash. I learned that it wasn't the crash that killed them because I was in the crash and sitting in the front seat. Karth was speaking to the Truck Safety News Conference last week. We survived because our part of the car did not go under the truck. It was the underride. The other case is Hawkins, who lost her daughter in 2013. An underride collision, agreed that it was the underride rather than the collision that led to her daughter's death. If underride protection had happened, I wouldn't be here today speaking to you. Many other families would not have suffered that loss either, she says. The distance from the underride of a semi and the pavement is about 41 inches. The height of a car's hood is typically about 33 inches. When there's a collision, the car can easily slide under. They share several other scenarios, families who have lost family members in these sort of accidents. All right, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, the nonprofit advocating to reduce crashes, has conducted crash tests to understand the impact of underride guards on a vehicle. They've shared videos. Groups like the American Trucking Association, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, vocally against the bill. The ATA released a letter of opposition to those committees last Thursday. We have raised strong concerns about the Stop Underrides Act over the past few years because this would promote a solution that's neither data-driven nor proven to be effective in real-world settings. While we remain committed to the goal of zero fatalities on our highways, we cannot ignore the serious and potentially dangerous consequences of this legislation. All right, the letter also notes the Stop Underride Act does not consider that the guards would be a safety concern for every trucking company and its operations. Engineering trade-offs involving weight, strength, and effectiveness of side guards. We've yet to see evidence that side underride guards would be an effective countermeasure. Until these devices can actually be shown to be reliable outside of the test track, we believe Congress should focus on reducing crashes by addressing aggressive and distracted driving and investing in existing proven technologies. OOIDA, pretty much the same concerns in regards to requiring underride guards on trucks. OOIDA said spread axle trailers are used to improve the distribution of weight on a truck and provide a safer loading option. Side underride guards could restrict the movements required, potentially hindering the operational efficiency and safety of a truck. In addition, side underride guards could limit a driver's ability to actually inspect safety equipment located under the trailer. So voicing the concerns there. All right, let's see. Pappy said the truck driver in that crash is doing okay. The one that he filled us in about there on 71 here a bit ago. All right, and looking, I guess, some of the photos from the scene. All right. Opening up some of the pictures here. All right. Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, Pappy. Very good. I'm glad the driver's okay. And lastly, happy Monday from Truck and Phil. Good morning, Steve. Looks like it's going to be a very interesting weather later on today. Should be back in Fort Wayne just in time to avoid most of it. I'm ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. It's talking about the wintry weather that may be coming their direction later on today. All right, get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. You'd like to jump on board. Love to hear from you here on a Monday. Available lines at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Philip?
Oh, just heading to work as usual, bud. How you doing, Ben?
AKA the Rocket Man.
I was going to see if you pick up on that stuff. I try to say something different on there every time just to see if you pick up on that stuff.
Well, that one, it did say AKA the Rocket Man, yeah.
Yeah, I did that just to try to see if I could get you to pick up on it. Yeah, we had a clean shot yesterday. SpaceX launched another one yesterday, and then today's the 15th. Tomorrow is the next SN11 Starship. Let's see if we can get it off the ground launch.
Okay, that's the big one. That's going to be down in Texas. That's where they go up, these recent testing, they go up 6 miles, then kind of do their belly flop, as they call it, and try to land that thing vertically. And hopefully, if it doesn't explode after landing this time.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully he's got the legs and everything figured out on the bottom of it so he can land it and not have it partially fall over and then blow up. So hopefully that don't happen.
Well, watching the replays, the video of that landing, I guess was it last week, when it landed, it did bounce. It did a pretty hard hit, so it wasn't slowed enough for a soft landing.
Well, that too, and then also I don't think they had enough fire suppression on the pad for it where it landed, because they were shooting the water on it. It was fine, but when that water stopped and that steam built up, then it just took off again. That's when it blew up. But I think they need to work on their suppression system a little bit more than what they got. I know they've got a camera-operated water cannon out there that they fire when they have that, but
yeah.
It landed on something with the engines and broke something, and it had a methane leak. Because if you look at that explosion, that was pure fuel leak. That was all that was, pure fuel leak. So, yeah, that methane is bad stuff. You don't want to play with that. But if you watch the number 8 one, where number 8 came in, that's the first one that came in. you can really see the color and know the explosion of that methane on that one, because you could really see that one because he came in too fast and just smashed it. So, but it's going to be interesting. I hope they stick it again. They can do it again if they need to. I know they can. So, but it's going to be interesting. Hey, Steve, have you got your stimulus yet?
No, sir, I have not. Did you get yours?
Mine is pending right now.
Really?
But there's something interesting. Yes, it is. It's pending right now. There's one thing that I noticed with it. My son is autistic. He's 25 years old, and he stays with us, and we take care of him. They, on the first other stimulus checks, he didn't get anything. Being disabled, and I claimed him as a dependent, they did not give him nothing. He didn't get anything on the first two from a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
This one, he got it. So I don't know what they changed in the bill or what was different than the last two stimulus checks. But there were some people that didn't get that stimulus check last year, or those stimulus checks. And unfortunately, it was disabled people. And it was by the way that you set up your tax status. You know, I just claimed him, even though they don't take any taxes out on him. He can't work. He's disabled. And they said everybody got it, but everybody didn't get it. But this time he did get it. But I don't know if it's just the way they had the bill structured or how it worked. I mean, do you know anything about that?
Boy, honestly, I don't know. I know some of the changes were like an increase for the children to like $3,000, and then for the under the age of 6, it's like $3,600 per child. So,
yeah, there's quite a few people out there like me. I mean, they have a disabled child, or an adult child, or adult, I should say,
mm-hmm.
that's disabled that lives with them. That, you know, we take care of them. I mean, I don't care about the money. I take care of him I'm responsible for him no matter what his age is. I take care of him. He's my son. But there's a lot of people out there are like that. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of them that are a lot less fortunate than I am in as far as what their income is and whatnot. And they probably strain a lot more than I do taking care of a disabled person. But it just amazed me. I was like, wow, I couldn't believe this. And also, Steve, you guys keep up with the drag racing, right, for the diesels?
Yeah, right.
Okay. I don't know if any of those guys know about it, but there's actually an issue right now. I don't know the full deal on it. I'm still doing research on it with the EPA and diesel racing. There's been a couple of lawsuits out there with the EPA and guys that are racing diesels, like Diesel Brothers. They went through a lawsuit with it. The EPA has got I guess on the Clean Air Act, excuse me, I can't have talk. They have tried to stop a lot of racing add-ons, like when you take a private individual takes a vehicle and adds onto it so they can race it. So like the guy that goes down the drag strip, you know, and he goes and buys a bunch of aftermarket parts and races his car or his truck. They've tried to get down on it for years, and it's really putting a strain on the racing community right now. There's a lot of guys trying to get, it's called the RPM Act. They're trying to get where anybody can put the add-ons and they don't kill it. So, because if they do it, there's going to be a lot more illegal parts out there that people are making that are not nice and could cause problems. But also you got problems with, you know, there's a lot of people that are doing it right. You know, that like Firepunk and those guys, they're doing it right. Everybody, you know, that's the right way of doing it. But I just don't want to see the racing stop because of it. I don't know much about it. I'm still researching it. When I know more, I'll let you know. So
okay,
just had that to say, bud, and thank you very much, and have a good one, man.
All right, good to hear from you. Thank you so much. And I did a little research Friday morning when I got off the air. We were talking about. I showed the jacket, the NASA jacket, that one of our listening friends had sent to me. We were talking about the varying missions, the patches that were on the jacket. And turns out these patches, for each mission, which would have been, say, the last ever mission for each of the shuttles. That's what the patches that are on this jacket are depicting. You had the STS-133. That was where the Space Shuttle Discovery docked with the International Space Station, Discovery's 39th and final mission. So it was the last mission for the Discovery. Had the STS-134 patch. That was the mission of NASA's 25th and last space flight of the Space Shuttle Endeavour, where they delivered the alpha magnetic spectrometer and all it goes through what the mission actually did. They had a patch for STS-135, the final mission for the American Space Shuttle program that used the orbiter Atlantis and hardware originally processed for the STS-335 contingency mission, which was not flown. This was back in 2011. There was the STS-107. That was the disastrous 113th flight of the Space Shuttle program, 28th and final flight of the Space Shuttle Columbia. That was the one where they left Florida on January 16th of January 03. They did their 15 days, 20 hours, and 20 minutes, conducted a multitude of scientific experiments, but burned up on reentry. Of course, the other patch was STS-51L. Of course, with the one we all remember where we were on that day, the Challenger disaster, the Space Shuttle Challenger, the incident where they exploded 73 seconds into the flight, killing all 7 crew members aboard. So that's pretty cool. Patches depicting each of the last missions of the respective shuttles. So I had sent him an email. That was the CNI dog. And thanked him so much for that. Really, he said, well, one question, do you like it? Yeah, I love it. It's really cool. So there you go. We get news update. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden has made his first comments on the ongoing scandals of New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. When asked by reporters outside the White House Sunday whether the governor should resign,
I think the investigation is underway and we should see what it brings us.
Cuomo has faced calls for his resignation from multiple state lawmakers and members of Congress, many of his own party. He's been accused of sexual harassment by multiple women and is facing an investigation from the state's attorney general and an impeachment inquiry in the state assembly. And undergraduate students at Duke University will be confined to their dorm rooms for the next week due to an outbreak of COVID on campus. The school says nearly 200 students are quarantining after a positive COVID test, with another 200 isolating as a result of contact tracing. Until Sunday, March 21st, all coursework will be done remotely. The school's basketball team withdrew from its conference tournament last week because of a positive COVID test. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Hey there, friends. It's John and Chelsea Jubilee.
And today we have a message for you women out there. Are you premenopausal, postmenopausal, or maybe you're in the middle of menopause right now?
Ouch.
Listen, we have thousands of clients that have reported reversing all of their symptoms of menopause. Or maybe you have thyroid imbalances. Same thing for those women. Listen, this is your time.
Absolutely. You can reverse all of those symptoms and you can be your real joyful, exuberant, and lean self again. Ladies, I don't care if 6 doctors told you can't lose that fat after menopause or in menopause. You can. We have done it hundreds and hundreds of times, even in a medical setting, documented. So make your action call today. Log on to EnergizeHealth.com, EnergizeHealth.com,
or call 888-444-8895. That's 888-444-8895.
Most of us eat poorly, don't get enough exercise, and spend too much time in a sedentary lifestyle. All of that coupled with concerns over COVID-19, and we're looking at a train wreck in the future. John Clemens has that story from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
To have obesity is to weigh on average about 50 pounds over the median average weight. Michael Burgeon is the CEO of the American Obesity Association, formerly the Massachusetts Science Center.
There was a Harvard University study 2 years ago that predicted a 50% obesity rate in 2030. But because of the pandemic and all these other factors, this, kind of train wreck for Americans based on the pandemic is more likely to be in 2025.
The American Obesity Association has introduced a series of national programs to reduce obesity. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
A travel ban remains in place for travelers from most of Europe as some nations in the European Union deal with a new surge in coronavirus cases. Italy is the latest nation to announce new lockdown rules to go into effect this week as variants of the virus continue to spread. There had been some hope that restrictions on both sides of the Atlantic could be lifted this summer. Irish Prime Minister Michael Martin says it's too early to say whether the bans will be lifted then. He tells CBS's Face the Nation that Europe has a lot farther to go in terms of getting its citizens vaccinated.
As the vaccination program rolls out, I believe opportunities will arise, but it's just far too early to say yet, and particularly in the context of the summer. We have a significant journey still to go in terms of vaccinations and in terms of keeping the virus down. Because as you know, in some member states of the European Union now, the numbers are going back up because of the prevalence of the B117 UK variant, which is much more transmissible.
And police are investigating 2 shootings over the weekend at what are being called pop-up parties.
A party on the south side of Chicago erupted in gunfire. At least 2 people were shot and killed and 13 others wounded early Sunday morning.
It was quite chaotic, and our crews did a tremendous job getting their arms around it, sorting out the casualties and the victims.
Investigators say a garage at a towing company was converted into a makeshift bar. In the Williamsburg neighborhood of Brooklyn, 5 people were shot during an argument at a party on Saturday morning.
As individuals began fleeing the location, additional shots were fired outside.
That shooting also happened in a building that was used as a makeshift lounge. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I'm looking at that mess out there on 71 at Red Bank. And that bad boy's kind of like, they have a hell of a time getting that thing out of the woods. Based on the view I'm looking at here, wow. But he did say the driver's doing okay, so that's the good news. Jeez. All right, and Kyle, heard talking about Philip's phone call. He said, hey, Steve, the caller was spot on. The EPA has been targeting diesel motorsports for years now, putting many small diesel shops out of business. Said we could actually do a whole show on this topic, but SEMA has been leading the charge against the EPA It's diesel motorsports now, but they're not going to stop there. Trust me on that. We hope more people can support the cause to save racing, to which he sent me the link to SEMA and what they're calling the RPM Act that he brought up. The RPM Act, common sense, bipartisan legislation to protect our right to convert street vehicles, cars, trucks, motorcycles, into dedicated race cars, and the motorsports industry's ability to sell products that enable racers to compete. Bill clarifies that it is legal to make emission-related changes to a street vehicle for the purpose of converting it into a race car used exclusively in competition. It also confirms that it is legal to produce, market, and install racing equipment. The RPM Act reverses the EPA's interpretation that the Clean Air Act does not allow a vehicle designed for street use, including a car, truck, or motorcycle, to be converted into a dedicated race car. The American tradition was unquestioned for nearly 50 years until 2015, when the EPA took the position that converted vehicles must remain emission compliant, even though they're no longer driven on public roads or highways. Although the EPA did not finalize the proposed rule, it still maintains the practice of modifying the emission system of a motor vehicle for the purpose of converting it for racing is illegal. Manufacturing, selling, and installing race parts for the converted vehicle would also be a violation. The EPA has also announced that enforcement against high-performance parts like superchargers, tuners, and exhaust systems is a top priority for them. Converting street vehicles into dedicated race vehicles is the American tradition dating back decades, and it has negligible effects on the environment. While California is known for having the strictest emission laws, they do exempt racing vehicles from their regulations. Motorsport competition. We're talking tens of thousands of participants and vehicle owners all over the country, some professional, some amateur. Retail sales of racing products make up a nearly $2 billion market every year. Most of these vehicles raced on the estimated 1,300 racetracks operating across the country. These are converted vehicles that the EPA considers illegal. Now, the RPM Act does not interfere with the EPA's authority to enforce against individuals who illegally install racing parts on vehicles that you drive on public roads and highways, or the companies that market those sort of products. Tampering with the emission system of a motor vehicle used on a public road is a clear violation of the Clean Air Act. So this act, the RPM Act, would provide the racing community with the certainty and confidence in the face of an EPA interpretation of the Clean Air Act that threatens to devastate one of the great American pastimes and eliminate all those jobs associated with it in our communities. I guess they've got a petition there. Tell your elected officials to protect motorsports and pass what is known as the RPM Act. The RPM Act. I guess they've been doing this for obviously dating back to 2015, so fighting them for years. He said, one side note, the diesel drag racing industry has turned away from the days of rolling coal and thick black smoke all the way down the track. Ironically, it's been mainly to advancements in technology, burning the fuel more efficiently and more completely to make maximum power. Take a look at that 3.99 pass from the Hotshot Secret S10, the fastest diesel on the planet. The truck blows a little smoke when initially spoiling the turbo at the starting line, but it runs the length of the track as clear as the gas car right next to it. No black smoke at all. There you go. Powered by science. Leave us alone, EPA. There you go. So there's one. Thanks for bringing that up, Philip. The RPM Act. Check it out. Back to your calls here on a Monday. Hello, Big Ed. What's going on? Are you with me?
Well, I'm with you. You know, that's racist in my opinion, Steve.
Oh,
I mean, the EPA's picking on them guys because of black smoke, but yet they don't say a dang thing about that white smoke these little rockets take off and launch. I wonder how much contaminants they're putting in the air down in Florida.
Yeah, right.
Has there ever anybody done a report on that? Why? Because it's white smoke. That must mean it's clean and breathable.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's racist, man. Where's Black Lives Matter when you need them? Right there. Hey, they're only picking on them guys because they're blowing out black smoke. That's my 2 cents on that, Steve. Hello?
So what's going on this morning, Big Ed? Did you have a good weekend? Do anything special?
Buddy, I had 8 days off, and I enjoyed every bit of it. Yeah, I did quite a few things while I was off. I went and, first of all, that cookie lady that called in.
The email, yes.
Right,
yes.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Boy, when I heard that, my whole heart just went out to her. It just, you know, I fully understand. She's on a different emotional plane, and really, all I can tell her, it will get better. I can assure you. As a matter of fact, I met another lady last Friday or Saturday that she was married for 45 years. And she lost her husband in November for cancer. And like I told her, you know, you can't tell nobody how to grieve or worry or what they're going to do. You know, one of these days, today's going to end and tomorrow is going to begin for them. And how you handle it, just a lot of it, your faith in God, and just you're going to have a new beginning. And but it's like I told this other lady I met, you know, the one thing I advise is don't make no quick, rash decisions, because she was going to sell her house and move to Georgia. But I'm not your boss. I'm just telling you, but just leave yourself an open door that, you know, you're looking for change. You're trying to make sense of what the rest of your life's going to be, and it's a mountain to climb. It sure is, but eventually it gets better, and that's coming from the voice of what I've lived over the years here since I lost Glenda. So my heart goes out there and my prayers for her and her family. But if she keeps her faith, she'll get through it.
Yeah.
Guarantee it. Well, Steve, I did the COVID shot.
Okay.
The first one, the Pfizer. And when I got the shot Monday, and then, you know, I was kind of debating whether to do it or not. And, you know, I've lost so many friends. I've lost about 4 friends over COVID, people I went to school with. A couple of them had underlying conditions. A couple of them didn't. But I thought, you know, what would they do? And, hey, I'm sure if they was alive and knew what they knew, they'd line up and got that shot.
Mm-hmm.
It made my arm sore as heck. And the next day, I felt like I was trying to come down with a sore throat. And it just finally, you know, cleared up. And I've got to go back here in, I guess, 21 days and get the second shot.
Yeah.
And, I've heard that's worse. And I took the Pfizer shot. And then I was hearing you talk about some lady that died out there in Utah. Did she take the Pfizer shot?
That was the Moderna. Yep.
So, but I've heard other people that said they'd taken the Pfizer shot and they kind of got sick there for a couple of days before they pulled out of it. So, prayerfully, when I take that second shot, that don't happen. So, are you going to take that shot?
Not yet. Not at this point in time. I'm just kind of wait and see.
Well, now let's look at it. Eventually, they give you a medical card. All these companies, somewhere along the line, somebody's going to say, hey, if you don't have that card, you're not going to do business with us. It's going to happen. It's just like I was looking at how much has it cost this COVID, has it cost the insurance industry. Now, the number I seen was like $547 billion. Now, the insurance, they're going to want some money. And if you ain't going to take the shot, well, don't they have a right to say, well, if you get sick, we ain't going to pay if you haven't had the shot?
Well,
don't you see that coming down the pike?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of the way the rules are now with children. I mean, they have to get their vaccines as an infant. The boosters, the DPT, and the TB, and all the the polio vaccines, all the things that I think they still give those nowadays, but polio might be totally wiped out. But
I'm assuming they do.
And then you can't. They won't let can't go to school unless you're your vaccination. I mean, we've had to present the vaccination cards for our children and the grandchildren in order to attend school. I can see it possibly coming down the pike. All I know is right now, I saw yesterday. Of course, they've got Dr. Fauci, Dr. Gloom and Doom talking about it's too early to open. It's too early to open. We gotta wait. We gotta wait. But 48% of Republicans say they're not going to take the vaccine right now.
Well, yeah, and I've heard too that they think that we'll end up having another
wave.
Yes, another wave. And I don't know. Maybe I've been lucky. I just thought, with my health issues that I have, I thought to me, if I'm going to die, hell, by God, I'm going to die fighting.
Yeah.
So to me, it just made sense to get the shot. And so, I know there's a lot of people out there saying, no, they ain't going to get that shot. I got a cousin that had the COVID, and he lived through it. I was talking to him today, and I said, are you going to get the shot? And he said, I don't know. I said, that's what the hell you went through? Because there's no guarantee that you won't get it again. But, that's him. That's not me. So all I know is I got that shot. And so prayerfully when I get that second one, there won't be no adverse effects. And then another good thing, I went and got my taxes done, Steve, and the first time in my life, zeroed out. Zero to them, zero to me.
Really?
Now, I like those numbers. Serious. First time since I've been filing taxes, have I ever zeroed out. I thought, by God, I did something right. Even though I felt like my whole year was, riding a dang tornado. But I was pleased as punch with that. So it's kind of given me a different thought on the way I want to invest money because, I always did my 401ks. But with the way our economy is done, the way that the government's trying to bankrupt this country, you're trying to figure out what's the end game, what's the end motive behind it. Somebody's got to pay this money back. So, and I think we've talked about it in the past. They're going to be coming after these 401ks, and they can get some of their money back there, and they're just going to take it away from you and dole it out to you. And I think it's pretty well obvious that they're trying to eliminate the middle class. We're just going to have a class of elitists and a class of just ordinary people. Well, how do you bring what they call the working poor up to, let's say, because I've been middle class, how do they bring them up to my level? Well, hell, they take my money away from me and redisperse it, or they turn around and they bankrupt us under the current currency. And then all of a sudden we're either in a world currency or they're going to come out with a new currency. And so if I've got a couple of $100,000 in the bank, well, guess what? That poor mama with 5 kids lived across the street from me. Well, they ain't going to let me have a couple $100,000 and her be broke. Don't that ain't that a playbook right out of the communist socialist government?
You nailed it. Absolutely.
So now I'm thinking, okay, I was talking to my tax lady. I said, I think this year, I may not, with the way our economy is, I just don't feel like me investing money in a 401k because personally I'm debt free right now. So I'm thinking, okay, and so I'm stashing as much money in my personal savings account. Yeah, I'll have to pay taxes on any interest, but it's tax money I've already taxed. So once I've got it in my personal savings account, I don't have to pay taxes on it when I pull it out. So that's my thoughts, and I'm thinking, okay, I feel like in trying to figure out the way our country's going to go, that's my safest bet right now. So that's my philosophy on it anyway. I'm going to see how this year goes. And then if, because usually I would put a substantial amount in my 401k to offset any taxes. And that kept me from having to pay in taxes. And so that's my spew for the night. And I just wanted to call in and say hello to you.
All right. Wondered where you've been all last week. Hadn't heard from you a while. So that explains you took a few days off. Hope you enjoyed. And hey, thanks.
Well, I did. I would start out listening to you, then I'd get sleepy, buddy. I think, well, the heck with Steve, I'm going. I mean, the matter of fact, I started out listening to your Thursday night, Friday morning show, and then dang, I went to sleep listening to you. I think about the middle of the show, I woke up and turned the phone off. And then a couple hours later, I woke up. You just posted on Facebook. Didn't you get my message? I said, damn it, Steve, go to sleep. So anyway.
Go to bed.
Yeah. Steve, I appreciate you, and we'll talk at you later.
All right. Friday morning, I was trying to stir things up a little bit. Got to stir the pot on Friday before the weekend gets underway. I tend to do that from time to time. All right, a couple minutes before we hit bottom of the hour news break. Quick update. Tennessee Highway Patrol recently partnering with the Georgia Department of Public Safety about plans to advance a program to educate young drivers on driving safely near commercial motor vehicles. Last week, the THP brought their one-of-a-kind Teens and Trucks driving simulator to the Georgia Department of Public Safety to show off what it could do and guide the agency toward implementing their own truck safety program to benefit teen drivers in the state of Georgia. The simulator allows teens to test out various road interactions with commercial vehicles in a safe educational environment. They get a realistic driving experience thanks to multiple video monitors, a steering wheel, the pedals, the adjustable seat. Teens who get into a crash even experience the vibrating seat. And for many young drivers, the hands-on simulator is kind of a wake-up call about the dangers they could face on the road if they're not paying attention. Because most driver's education courses, still to this day, don't provide a lot of specific instruction on sharing the road with semi-trucks. The Teens and Trucks program, a valuable resource for young drivers. Tennessee Highway Patrol said there's currently no driving simulator like theirs anywhere else in the country. The skills learned by teens in the simulator could really go a long way toward cutting down traffic fatalities, they say. And let's see, Tennessee Highway Patrol Teens and Trucks program created in collaboration with the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, Arizona Trucking Association, Arizona Department of Public Safety, and the American Trucking Associations. All right, with that news break time, get back to your calls momentarily at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID vaccination efforts in Europe will temporarily slow as several nations are suspending the rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Ireland and the Netherlands are the latest to put their programs on hold after Norway reported 4 cases of blood clotting in patients who had received the shot. Both countries' health ministries say there is no evidence that the blood clots and the vaccine are linked, but they've made the moves out of an abundance of caution. And as several states have begun rolling back their coronavirus restrictions, Arkansas is set to join them. Governor Asa Hutchinson says the state will reconsider its mask mandate at the end of the month, looking at where it stands with cases and vaccination rates. Hutchinson tells CBS's Face the Nation that the time for tight restrictions is over.
I think the time in this pandemic for heavy-handed restrictions and mandates are going by the wayside so people can make good judgments, and we expect that to happen even after March 31st if the mask mandate is lifted.
This is USA Radio News.
Recover Now is a national campaign aimed at the education and awareness of the devastating effects of opioid and heroin abuse and curbing drug and alcohol addiction in the United States. Recover Now is sponsored by treatment facilities nationwide. Many of them have been where you are, and they want to help by spreading a message of hope and recovery. They're working hand in hand with major insurance companies nationwide that can help you or a loved one get clean in 7 to 30 days. Recover Now is embarking on a national outreach campaign on TV and radio to promote anti-addiction messages. So if you, a loved one, or someone you know has a problem with drugs or alcohol, do not wait. A new life for you could be 30 days away. Call us right now. I promise this call can change your life. Sponsored by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
800-292-3027. 800-292-3027. That's 800-292-3027.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And
Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What else we got here? Let me go. A couple of reminders for you. Let's see, the racing season back underway. First of all, there got the Shipshewana Spring Nationals, the MNTPA Spring Nationals. That's the truck and tractor pulling season. That's going to be kicking off indoors. Coming up next weekend, 19th and the 20th at the Michiana Events Center. This is going to be the second annual NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals Indoor Truck and Tractor Pool, featuring Pro Stock, Hot Farm, Super Farm, limited Pro Stock tractors, and Pro Stock diesel 3.0 4x4 trucks. And yes, Hot Shot Secret is an official sponsor of the NTPA, and Diesel Extreme is the official fuel additive for the NTPA. So I think Kyle's going to be back on the road next weekend covering some more racing action. This time around, the truck and tractor pools. Now, the racing action a couple of weeks ago, of course, where they Hot Shot Secret, the Fire Punk diesel set the world record, world's fastest diesel in their S10 pickup. They had that deal going, I think, till the end of the month. To get a free bottle of FR3 with any order of $50 or more from hotshotsecret.com, because the FR3 is used in the world's fastest diesel pickup truck, so take advantage of that. And one last tidbit, trying to save you money, right? If you're a listener to this program, share it. Download the Android app if you have not done so yet. When you download the app, you'll get a coupon code good for 20% off your next order at hotshotsecret.com. And if you've already downloaded the app, never fear, they haven't forgot you. You can click on the link there and get your coupon code via the app. If you go to the Google Play Store, that's where you get the Android app. You simply type in overnightdriveradio.com. And it's a free download. Download the app, then you can click on notifications. And when our live stream starts right about the midnight hour each Monday through Friday morning, you'll get the notification, one click of the button, and you're up and listening to the show. Still waiting, pending approval for the Apple app for the iPhones. Should be coming in short order, though. So it looks like he's back out on the road again for how long do you think? Hello, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. Well, I hope till at least next Saturday, Sunday morning at the latest.
Okay.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it was nice being at home, but every time I'm at the house, I spend more and more money. I might just call myself U.S. Mint, because I'm spending more money and I can make more, but I don't know. If it wasn't for the job I have right now, I'd be in a deficit. But the funny thing is, no matter how poor I may get, I'll always be richer than the U.S. government.
Well, yeah, they're $28 billion in our trillion in debt now, I think, right?
Yeah. So, if I got a couple of $100 in my pocket, well, I'm still doing a whole lot better than they are. I just don't have that printing press like they got, because if I did, then that would be considered counterfeiting.
Correct.
So, they still have one on us. Well, I like Big Ed, I got my first Pfizer vaccine from the VA on Saturday. I thought it was going to be a one-on-one situation where I'd go in and they'd screen me and then they'd go ahead and jab me, watch me, and tell me to take off. No, it was a drive-through, like a drive-through assembly.
Okay.
And, so it was tell these people what I had to do. They'd mark my car. They give me the paperwork. And as I'm waiting in line in the car, fill it out. And, when I finally got the shot, they put one of these little, a self-contained patch where it looked like it had a bullseye plastic ring, plastic center. But I guess that was to keep the skin that was wiped down with the alcohol, keep it sterile. So they went ahead and they used that bullseye to figure out where they wanted to shoot me, and they shot me. And then they asked me how I was feeling. I said, I'm irritated. I said, I got a lot of things going on, and I got to get it done today. So they're like, well, we'll get you out of here as fast as we can. So they did. But I got to go back in 3 weeks. And I told them, I said, look, I'm a truck driver. I don't have a set schedule of being back here right at a 3-week mark. And I do not want to talk to a damn computer because it only has a certain parameter, and anything outside its parameter that y'all give it, it just goes haywire and thinks I'm the idiot. So they assured me, no, they would have someone call me at the second week in 14 days to see when I could get the next shot.
Okay.
So, unlike Ed, I didn't have a sore arm. I didn't feel sick, so I don't know if that's because he's that much more older than me, or if he's doing better than I am, physically, or what. But I didn't have any of the effects that he said he went through. So it's going to be interesting seeing this next shot, seeing how I'm going to react to that. I really wanted that Johnson & Johnson shot, one shot,
one and done. Yeah.
But didn't have it. So, Saturday morning I woke up feeling full, and then I noticed our toilets were talking back to us, and our septic system was full. And
oh, boy. So
we had to find somebody. Yeah. Not a whole lot of people willing to work with number 2 bright and early on a weekend. Well, we found somebody who did. And I think I might have mentioned this before. The state of New Mexico has mandated that all septic systems since 2006 have a filter installed before it goes to the leach field. And I asked the septic guy, I says, why do they have this as a mandate? And they says, well, you got lint from the washer. When you wash your clothes, it comes through and it eventually fills up all the holes of the pipe in your leach lines. And I thought, I really never had a problem with that before with my parents. But then, all right, I'm not government, so what the hell would I know? So $450 later, and after they cleaned up the filter, which is absolutely plugged up with gunk, we've got a fresh running septic system. Hang on a second. Going down Cajon Pass right now, and it's more semis on the road now, and these people, I can smell the brakes. I can see, them falling asleep. Like, public service announcement, folks, if you feel tired, get off the road, grab a 15, 30-minute nap, 45 minutes, whatever. Just get off the road and don't be a hazard to me or anyone else out here. Ugh. So, it was a busy Saturday, and I had to push back my time getting back out on the road. And due to the weather conditions they had up on 40, they sent us from Albuquerque to Interstate 10 to go across to Southern California. And it sounds like I'm really glad they did that, because our company had quite a few trucks get stuck in the accidents that were out there. So, at least we're spinning our wheels out here making money now.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Now, when they're talking about those bumper guards or whatever undercarriage guards.
Underride guards,
And they're
yes.
talking about putting them up in the front of the trailers. Did I understand that is right as well?
That's what it
They want
sounded
it
like to
behind,
me.
on the sides, and in front? Well, where in the hell would you put it in the front of the trailer? I mean, you've already got... I mean, you have your landing gear, and you, maybe 3 feet away or less, you have your drive tires. I mean, I don't see where they would be able to put it up front anywhere. Maybe these waterheads that are out there in their four-wheelers ought to understand you don't drive underneath a semi. Maybe if you're feeling tired, go to sleep. If you have a gadget in your hand while you're supposed to be driving, put that gadget down. Don't be a waterhead and go up underneath the semi.
I think that's the key right there. You got the trucks that are stopped in construction or whatever. Yes, they're looking down at that little device, and they didn't see that truck, and they slam in at 60 miles per hour. Well, I mean, there ain't a hell of a lot that's going to stop that, is there?
No, there isn't. And it shouldn't be up to the trucking industry to make sure the waterheads and the four-wheeled vehicles are safe.
I shared some video on Friday morning. Big Moose sent me a link to some of the test dummy videos of a car running into the back of a tractor trailer where they've got the rear underride guards. That it's incredible, the damage at I think these tests were at 35 miles per hour. And in some cases, it goes all the way. I mean, even with the rear underride guard, this vehicle's going under where it would decapitate the person running into it at 35.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen those videos, and it was amazing.
That's scary.
It really was, and it was eye-opening as well. So... But, other than that, not a whole lot happening. I try to stay out of the politics. I'm back on Facebook again. They finally let me out of the doghouse, and they said, you screw up one more time, you're done. So I will be putting another Facebook account up there with a different with a different email, so they can't track me. But, I'm going to try to behave and be nice out here. Although I don't want to, it's just in my nature to be grumpy, I guess. So, anyways, hey, can I leave off with a little Sunday funny?
Monday funny. Yeah, Monday. It's Monday. You go ahead.
Oh yeah, it is. Even over here on the West Coast, I got you. Okay. Yeah. So we're talking about the cruise lines out there starting up, and here a while back, a couple of years ago, there was this magician that was performing, and a captain would show up and watch his shows, and he had a parrot. And after about the second or third time, the parrot would say, "Brock!" The card's in his pocket. "Brock!" He's got it behind his head. "Brock!" He's got it under his seat. I mean, just really blowing up the magician's show, you know, telling everybody where the trick was and how it happened. And then one day during the showing, the ship hit an iceberg and sank. And on a piece of driftwood, the magician finally pulled himself onto it, and the parrot flew on there, and they're staring at each other eye to eye for 3 days. And finally the parrot says, "Okay, you got me. What did you do to the ship?"
Okay.
Need to have the cricket button there.
Yeah, right. All righty. A little Sunday funny. Good to have you back out there on the road, Heat Wave. Yes, sir. So he got his vaccine. Well, his first of two. But like I said, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Doom, making it sound like we're going back. We're going back. The guy, it's almost like he always has to look. He always has to see the worst case scenario. No matter how much progress is being made, we're going to go back. We're going to go back. I don't get Dr. Fauci. But for what I know many out there have said, I stopped listening to that guy a long time ago because he's been wrong so many times. But he's talking about the number of individuals, for whatever reason, in particular, Republicans, in not wanting to take the vaccine. Fauci said, I'd like to see former President Trump come out publicly to urge his supporters to get the vaccine. On Fox News Sunday, he said, I wish he would. He has an incredible influence over people in the Republican Party. I think it would be a real game changer if he would do that. Several different polls. All right, a PBS NewsHour Marist poll last Thursday, they showed 41% of people who identify as Republican, including 49% of Republican-leaning men, say they have no plans to get one of the approved vaccines right now. Among Democrat-leaning men, it was only 6%. Separately, there was a Monmouth University poll that found 56% of Republicans either wanted to wait and see before getting a vaccine, or that they said they're likely to never to get one. Only 23% of Democrats felt the same way. Fauci said, I just don't get it. The various diseases that have been stamped out with vaccines, polio, smallpox, we need to disassociate political persuasion from common sense. Things like no-brainer public health things. Asa Hutchinson, the Republican governor there in the state of Arkansas, said skepticism among Republican voters may diminish as access to shots changes from theoretical to reality. The poll numbers are kind of troubling because Arkansas is a very pro-Trump state, and we are seeing that resistance. But he said as more and more people get the vaccine, they see it as a way to maybe get back to more normal life. Yeah, they're optimistic. So I think Mr. Hutchinson says he thinks the numbers are going to change. Many of these Republicans are just kind of hesitant early on. Let's see. All living former presidents and their wives, except Donald Trump, appear in a public service announcement getting their shots, urging Americans to do the same. The Trumps were vaccinated privately in the White House back in January. All right. What else did he have to say? Don't become complacent because the number of cases and the number of hospitalizations have dropped sharply. If you're going for a touchdown, don't spike the ball at the 5-yard line. Wait till you get in the end zone, he says. We're not there yet. And the concern of the new variants of the COVID that would be a particular risk. There are a number of fresh increases of cases sweeping through Europe once again. But Europe has not seen nearly the number of vaccines being given so far there. And as we've been hearing in our news updates, some of these countries different countries had different manufacturers and giving different approvals of the AstraZeneca, I believe, that was approved in a number of countries that they're stopping their programs, at least temporarily, because looking into increased risk of blood clots for people who have received the AstraZeneca vaccine. What's happening with the Chevy guy? Good morning.
Having a great morning. Enjoyed my weekend. Had a sort of a surprise birthday party. A little belated, but my grandkids popped over. Well, we told my wife, got to wear masks, everything. That didn't last long. I did take my grandkids because it's been a year, so Grandpa's going to take them to Walmart. We're going to get them a toy. It didn't matter what they wanted. They got it. What was neat is we all got in the car, took them down there. We got out of the car, and I didn't say anything to them. Them babies put their mask on. They carry them with them, had the mask. We got and all like that. So they're already ingrained to when at home they don't, and they go into a store, they wear them. I guess they wear them at school. So that's I'm just. I didn't have to say a word to them. And I guess that's sort of cool. Mm-hmm. About the underride deal, in logging here, I've seen some strange things. Like I seen a Ford pickup. A log truck stopped at a light. Ford pickup. I mean, he's got flashing lights, blinking lights on the back of the logs. You know, the logs hang out down here pretty good. And doggone if he didn't run the Ford pickup right at the driver's side, disintegrated his head. The log went out the back window, and the Ford ran all the way up on the log, halfway up to the trailer. And the wheels was off the ground. Just no matter what you do, there's somebody's going to do something. The back end of these chip wagons are like tanks. They go halfway down to the ground, halfway down the mud flap, across, solid bar across. They got another solid bar on the top, just below the gate, and 2 bars down the middle. They're designed so a bulldozer can push you out of a swampy mud hole somewhere or the sand. So you hit the back end of these things, it's not going to give. It's not like the ICC bar, that thin ICC bar. You see a lot of these guys that'll pull away from the dock before that latch lets them go. It bends them real easy. It don't take no speed at all to bend those things. But I was thinking about the side route. That ain't going to work on a lot of these places. Shoot, they just throw a couple of logs down in a ditch, put some sand on it, and off the road you go back in some of these tree farm properties. We, and then when we leave, they take the sand out and pull out the logs, and you never know we were there except for there's no trees left. But so a lot of times you get back on these properties, you're driving over, a makeshift over the railroad track or unpainted highway back road and over railroad track. And I mean, it's a close call. We're running 43 footers, and we're just barely getting over the railroad tracks. As that matter of fact, I'm going across one right here in Branchville. It's pretty steep, and it's on the main road. And you can see the guys been hitting it pretty well with their dolly legs. Mm-hmm. So I just sort of wondered if you got those rails down the side, it's just the damage. So here's an idea. A young man, 64, sitting there having an idea. How about airbags up under the trailer? Just something packed up in there so when there's a hit, it blows out and keeps the car from going too far under the trailer. And that was my idea. So it just seemed like it would be a lot more sensible than this junk they're hanging off these things, except for I guess they're also counted for fuel mileage, saving fuel mileage and reducing spray off the road. But it's just a one size fit all, just like the logbook. Sounds like the government's going to try to push something, and it won't have any sense to it. I on this thing about the shots, I asked my doctor at the VA. She said, she asked if I took it. I said, did you? And she said, yeah. She felt responsible for her patients and her family. And I said, well, the only thing I got is we sit there every night and listen to some woman or some guy from a legal office with some lawsuit on a drug that's been around for 5-6 years, been tested, everything's good, no problem. And now, it causes cancer. Think about Johnson & Johnson baby powder. And it's been around since forever. And I says, and now this thing is we're still talking about something that's few months old, and they're putting it in us. So I said, I'm going to hold off as long as I can. I did ask her, do you think that the VA will require you to have it before you come into the VA? Mm-hmm. And she says, they're saying no. So really? Right there is what I'm afraid of, them forcing us to have it. Just like you cannot come into Walmart unless you have a mask, or you cannot come into Walmart to shop for food unless you got proof you've had your shot. So that's where we're going. I don't want to go there. Other than that, I will sit back and copy the mail. Enjoyed the show tonight.
Thank you for checking in, Chevy Guy. Good to hear from you as always. Thank you very much. And as far as like the airbags, I don't know, that'd have to be one hell of a powerful, strong airbag to stop a vehicle. If you want to check out those videos, like I said, Big Moose shared those with me Friday morning, right about the time we wrapped up the show, because we were talking about the underride guards then. And some of these, these test runs with the dummies, again, even at 35 miles per hour, they do some of the tests with like the car running square into the back of the truck. And then they do some tests with the car like 50% over. So you're kind of like cutting the car in half. And you can see the tests that give that were successful and tests that failed. But it's hard to imagine the amount of damage that occurs even at 35 miles per hour. He said, he brought up the term Mansfield bars. That's why they were called Mansfield bars. So check that out at my Facebook. By the way, my Facebook is Steve Sommers, Sommers. All right, with that, we can get news update, top of the hour. Final hour just ahead, rolling into a Monday. It's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID vaccination efforts in Europe will temporarily slow as several nations are suspending the rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Ireland and the Netherlands are the latest to put their programs on hold after Norway reported 4 cases of blood clotting in patients who had received the shot. Both countries' health ministries say there is no evidence that the blood clots and the vaccine are linked, but they've made the moves out of an abundance of caution. And as several states have begun rolling back their coronavirus restrictions, Arkansas is set to join them. Governor Asa Hutchinson says the state will reconsider its mask mandate at the end of the month, looking at where it stands with cases and vaccination rates. Hutchinson tells CBS's Face the Nation that the time for tight restrictions is over.
I think the time in this pandemic for heavy-handed restrictions and mandates are going by the wayside so people can make good judgments. And we expect that to happen even after March 31st if the mask mandate is lifted.
This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge instead of like a glass hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
Stimulus checks from the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that passed last week have begun to hit the bank accounts of some Americans, though March 17th is the official day that payments are scheduled to begin. Republicans say that the actual cost of those stimulus payments is much higher than most would be willing to pay. Senator Tom Barrasso says calling the bill a measure for COVID relief is false advertising. The Wyoming Republican tells ABC News this week that the bill should have been about defeating the virus and should not have contained so much money for other projects.
We have 3 vaccines that are very effective. That's what President Biden has inherited, a recovering economy. So Republicans want to make sure people get shots in the arms, kids get back to school, people get back to work, but we are not going to stand with the Democrats as they try to exploit a crisis to send lots of money to big cities and to blue states and to really failed pension plans. This is not supposed to be a bailout. It's supposed to be about helping get the disease behind us.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Department of Justice says a prominent Black Lives Matter activist has been indicted by a federal jury in Ohio for defrauding donors.
Sir Major Page, also known as Tyree Conyers Page, was indicted on 3 counts of money laundering and 1 count of wire fraud. The DOJ said that he allegedly created a Facebook page called Black Lives Matter of Greater Atlanta and defrauded donors of more than $450,000 after it was revoked by the IRS as a tax-exempt charity. Page tells local media that he didn't intentionally commit any crimes. He allegedly used a substantial portion of the donations to purchase personal items such as hotel rooms, guns, clothing, and forms of entertainment, officials said. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And President Biden has made his first comments on the ongoing scandals of New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. When asked by reporters outside the White House Sunday whether the governor should resign,
I think the investigation is underway and we should see what it brings us.
Democratic New York State Senator Alessandra Biaggi says the president's noncommittal response doesn't surprise her, but tells CNN that the mounting scandals against Cuomo show a pattern of abusive behavior.
I do think that the details of the growing sexual harassment allegations and the nursing home death cover-up, and now today the reports of the governor's vaccine czar calling county officials to gauge their loyalty to the governor, reveal something that is an underlying issue, which is that the New York State executive branch has been working to protect Andrew Cuomo and not the people of New York, and collectively there is a pattern of abusive behavior.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, final hour here on a Monday. We have closed out the weekend. Things should begin improving as we progress through the day. Monday, the blizzard warnings that are still in place in parts of the West, southeastern Wyoming, northeast Colorado, much of the Nebraska Panhandle. Winds will finally begin to die down, and guess we will then start getting some of the final numbers, some of the totals, the big tallies. How many feet of snow did we see? Going back to 7 o'clock Mountain Time, the snow had already piled up in Colorado, 20 inches of snow at Denver International Airport. Other locations in the state receiving in excess of 30 inches of snow, such as Aspen Springs, where Aspen Springs recorded 36 inches. That's right, they got 3 feet of snowfall. So essentially, the storm lived up to the expectations, and yes, we saw road closures throughout the weekend. Now, we'll be looking for additional travel issues for your Monday, now impacting forward motion of the storm is picked up, the forward momentum. But this swath of snow that is now sweeping through the southeastern portions of South Dakota, southwestern and south central portions of Minnesota. Some of the heaviest snowfall as I kind of zoom in here at this early morning hour. You know, we saw a transition from a mixed bag of precip there in central and northeastern Iowa. It is snowing pretty much to beat the band now. In central portions of Iowa, like Fort Dodge, right there in the bullseye where some of the enhanced snow is coming down. Des Moines, it's lighter snow there, and you get east of Des Moines, you get into some of the mixed precip there as well. Maybe a little freezing rain, ice mixed in between Waterloo and Iowa Falls. On up toward Mason City, those are areas where we're seeing some mixed precipitation. All right, so elsewhere, what are we looking at? You got the rainy side of the storm, which is now the rains extending through southern portions of Iowa, south central and southeastern portions of the state. The rain's now pushing. You got rain from about Quincy, Illinois, up toward Galesburg. Some heavier rains along that line to southwest of Galesburg. Raining in St. Louis tonight, raining down into Jonesboro, Arkansas. You head on down. This line that's pushing through now eastern portions of Arkansas, going to be pushing into the Memphis metropolitan area. The good news there is it's all going to be plain old rain. But our line of showers and thunderstorms now extend all the way down into central portions of Louisiana. Pushing into north central and northeastern portions of the state as we head through the early morning hours here on a Monday. There's a quick look around the country as far as travelers' weather. Now back to your calls at 844-844-3388. What do you say there, Knuckle Buster? Happy Monday. Hello, Knuckle Buster. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yes, I'm here. Come on. I didn't go to sleep on you.
I was about to. You almost got disconnected there. What's happening?
Oh, man, you and all that bad weather. I'm hoping you having a good Monday, too, there. But anyway, I'm on dry road out here in Oklahoma tonight. I want to thank Big Ed and Heatwave for getting that Pfizer vaccine there. I've got a daughter that works for Pfizer, and she thanks them also there. I've already had my first shot. Arm got a little sore, felt fatigued, acted like I was coming down with a sore throat, and then I was gone with it. So I get my second shot Friday, and next Monday I'll tell you what I felt like, if I'm able to even call you, right?
All right.
I've got my man seal bars on the back of my trailer there. That was the original, because she got killed by her driver running into the back of that trailer. So that's what they ICC DOT bumpers call nowadays. But anyway, I thought James Mansfield had done that Playtex 18-hour bra commercial, but that was actually Jane Russell back in 1978 there. So that was back in the day, man. That was something you didn't see much back in anyway. I'm trying to make a delivery this morning, Steve, and they won't let me in the gate. Said there was a fire in the building.
Uh-oh.
I don't see any flames or smoke coming out of the roof, so I guess we're going to be all right there, but they ain't letting me in back there anyway. I read where Elvis's 1968 comeback special guitar is up for auction now, Steve. You got a pocket full of money, you can get that thing and hang it off of your wall there, right?
Okay, what's the asking price?
I don't know they didn't say what they're estimating it to go for. But it's probably going to go for a lot of money, being Elvis, right?
Hell yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't do any of that Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, none of that stuff. But we're going to finish all this garbage up with only in Florida. There was a driver that mowed down a woman in the Cracker Barrel parking lot. See? It looked like a nasty video there.
Yeah.
And this guy down in Florida, they were questioning for slaying his grandfather. He pulled out some human ears while they were talking to him. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's only in Florida. Then I read where Drew Brees is retiring from the New Orleans Saints. Maybe they'll get him a good quarterback and they can win a Super Bowl. And Vegas is back in business, buddy. They're at 50% capacity, so we can gamble and win a little money. The bookies can win some money.
Yeah, right.
And that's all my old baloney for this morning. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
Somebody's going to make some money, but you're going to be actually making your donation, your contribution. That's what you go to Vegas for. You go to contribute. You drop off some cash, supposedly have a good time in the process. Yeah, drink some of those buy one, get one beers, right? Or if you're actually losing your money at the games, you can get your free beer. I just got an email. Another one of our longtime listening friends just found us. Old Jared in Missouri. Good morning, Steve. Watching you on YouTube and listening to the official website as well. It's my first night with you after listening for over 20 years. I'm so excited. You're back in the saddle, sounding better than ever. I'm hearing some of the old gang calling in with you. That's made my year. I hope you got another 20 years left of broadcasting. All of us Neanderthals need a place to hang out. Does Spaceman call anymore? Yeah, Spaceman, as he always was, Jared. He'll be an occasional caller. He'll show up here and there. But yes, Spaceman is definitely out there with us. Have a great rest of your week. And let's get through all this craziness and uncertainties together as fellow citizens. All my best from rainy Missouri. Raining in Missouri. Thank you so much, Jared. Yeah, now you can start contributing once again. Because over the years, he was one of those, like so many others, that would send me emails. He'd come across interesting stories here and there, some of which I would have. Others I'd be like, I would have never, I hadn't seen that story. So I'll look forward to start receiving some of those emails again. Glad you found us, Jared. All right, I believe the Rubber Duck is up next. Rubber Duck, thanks for hanging in there. What's happening?
Morning, big buddy.
Morning.
Your last news story, though, had me rolling on the floor. Forms of entertainment. Yeah, I tried to rate those off, too. IRS doesn't like those places when they check the addresses. I guess you didn't hear your story. The guy that defrauded BLM.
Oh, yeah. I did hear that story. Yeah, forms of, he was purchasing, clothing, hotels, forms of entertainment.
Forms of entertainment.
That'd be at the strip club, right?
Imagine a very shiny pole.
Exactly.
But we talked business while we were there. Oh, God. Thank God we had 3 callers so I could get my composure, because that just totally derailed me like a train wreck. Oh. The stimulus check. Kim has been fighting for disability since 2017. So she had no taxable income, no nothing. She never got her first check. She never got her second check. She filed her taxes. She did everything. This is the best part about how our system works. She filed her taxes before we did the business taxes. They put hers on hold, and I got the business tax refund and all that paid off. And she still hasn't got her tax check released to where she would even get her first stimulus check.
Wow.
But the whole system is so screwed up. To be honest, I would go to my bank account right now and give them every dime back to get my $40,000 of income that I lost last year. We have been a year and a couple days since we were supposed to start wearing these masks and stuff, and we're in the same spot we are now. And the only people that are getting rich is anybody that invested in the pharmaceutical stocks. But they call us conspiracy theorists because we say that.
You know, I heard Joe Biden comments over the weekend, and it's funny because they were playing back the clips from a year ago when they were saying, we just need 15 days. We have to flatten the curve. We don't want to overwhelm the hospitals, blah, blah, blah. We heard all that, right? Just give us 15 days. Stay home for 15 days. And then, things will gradually get back to normal. And, of course, then the goalposts were being moved. And now Joe right now is saying, let's just wear our masks for another 100 days. Not forever, but let's wear them for 100 days.
So now we're 60. So that's another 160 days. So that's another half a year.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. My mom will be 92 on St. Patrick's Day. And Mom has had her second dose and Dad has had his. And it's because of the retirement community they live in Florida. They had to get it. And like the one caller said earlier, I forgot which one it was, because the show's been great. It's gone all over the board. We're going to have it to be able to do business. And it sucks because I'm like anybody. I haven't got sick in a year. Why do I need it? Evidently I'm immune to it.
Well, some may say you're just you're one of the lucky ones. I mean, for those who haven't had it, I guess. I mean, because I know it's real. I know people that have had it. I know people that have been very sickened by it, and we know a few that have died, succumbed to it. So I know it's real. I know it impacts some people different than others. I mean, I consider myself one of the lucky ones. I haven't had it either. So
we're blessed. Yeah, I understand it. And to me, I would rather, if there's other people that need it more than me, then let them have my vaccine first. I don't feel that I need it, but I'm going to have to get it so I can go back to work.
Yeah.
To go in, if I know it's coming and it stinks, but the Shipshawana tractor pulls you were talking about, that's going to be an awesome thing to go. It's inside. We're going to be with the lovely white smoke, purified white smoke from the rockets or whatever. LOL. Yeah. But we're going to have to wear masks because we're still under a mask mandate.
Yeah.
And we're still under some restrictions in Indiana. But I just hope we can get back to normal. And watching that Hot Shot Secret, this should get me a plug call, truck run that 8th mile, I want to see what it does in a quarter. I want him to put that thing against I'll call a challenge out. Alex Laughlin, the pro stock racer, put a video up because he has to shift his car with no computer now. Wow. They used to do that with a 5-speed Linko back in the day, but okay, you were pretty good, kid. You know what? Race a diesel truck. Let's get a challenge. Let's see if this truck can out drag a pro stock car in the quarter mile.
All right.
I'd love to see it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean,
anyway,
when they were running the quarter, he was running against a gas vehicle. I mean, they won several races
in the 8th.
In the 8th of a mile, yeah, and they came real close there on the one that they missed out when they did a 4.007 on the next run, but. Yeah, you want the quarter mile. Okay.
That thing is on a rail. Actually, I'd like to see it on the salt flats. See if it could break Gail Banks's record for a speed truck. It's probably a totally different chassis setup than what they got.
Yeah.
But I love watching that truck. Levon, you guys are great. The thing is awesome. I could sit there and watch that on the big screen and rewind it. It's almost like listening to old Buzz and Dozen back in the day.
Well,
or good old Detroit when it came down the hill.
Well, there's a lot more racing to come this season. So sit back and hold on, buckle up because there's lots more to come.
And I want to thank you for opening your Facebook page up to us too, and we get to see a whole lot more of you, and we appreciate it. But you connect with us, and like everybody says, this isn't just a radio show. This is a family. It's been a family since your dad had it. And we appreciate it, buddy. We love you, Steve.
Thank you so much there. Rubber Duck, good to hear from you. Have a great week. Be safe out there. We'll look at 24 past the hour. Let's get a southern border update. Now, last I checked, when you have some sort of an emergency, some sort of a disaster, hurricane, tornadoes, destructive tornadoes, incredible flooding, or more recently, we had the incredible ice storm all the way down into southern Texas. People without power, millions without power. You send in the emergency management people. Yeah, the feds, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Looks like we need some FEMA on the border right about now. At the same time, this Biden administration continues to refuse to call it a crisis. They asked that Jen Psaki every day, well, why do you refuse to admit there is a crisis on the border? She tries to brush it off and say, well, you can call it what you want. It is a manageable situation. But no, I mean, the people on the border, those that are on the ground there, say it's more than just a humanitarian crisis, that it's already a downright damn disaster. So while they continue to staunchly deny a border crisis, we are now deploying FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to the border. This is part of the Department of Homeland Security's 90-day border plan of action for the southern border. They announced this on Saturday. We've got nearly 4,000 unaccompanied migrant children, being held in the border detention facility while they're found a home with a vetted guardian in the United States. That's on top of about 8,500 children in longer-term shelters run by the Health and Human Services Department. In just a matter of days, another 700 unaccompanied children have been added to the stressed-out border detention centers. But we don't have a crisis. Immigrations and Custom Enforcement has asked for volunteers to send to the U.S.-Mexico border. As early as over the weekend, they've got one South Texas migrant complex that is 7 times over capacity. Reports surfacing children being forced to sleep on floors in detention centers. Now, be honest, people. Think back here a few years ago when there were images of people in what they tried to call cages and having to sleep on floors. What kind of coverage the mainstream media gave Donald Trump at that point in time? How he was just lambasted. He's a horrible, heartless bastard. No compassion. Well, that's pretty much what's going on now. ICE's acting assistant director for field operations calling for the immediate deployment of available personnel to the border in an urgent email sent to senior staff last Thursday night. That this is not going to get any better. It's going to get worse in the coming months. They've got detention centers designed for adults and, of course, 3,500 unaccompanied teens and children are being held in detention centers, again, designed for adults. Yet the president insists there's no crisis. Biden officials privately warned on Friday, we cannot cope with the influx of children, but the official line from the White House continues to be that it's just a challenge. That's what Jen Psaki says. It's an enormous challenge. It's not call it what you'd like, but it's an enormous challenge. Of course, since taking office, Biden lifting the Trump policy that forced them to stay in Mexico while going through the legal process to enter the country. To which now we have thousands upon thousands pouring across the border. Children's centers so full that kids are spending up to 10 days in cramped detention centers, sparking a backlog and a logistical nightmare trying to process these new entrants. And the numbers are just growing every single day. Cat's out of the bag now. How are you going to stop them? How do you stop this flow? All right, what I see here. We got bottom of the hour news update. Big Moose got you coming up next. Who's that? Is that Han Solo? Okay. Yeah, he likes it. Hello, Han. Hang in there. It's 844-844-3388. We return with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID vaccination efforts in Europe will temporarily slow as several nations are suspending the rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Ireland and the Netherlands are the latest to put their programs on hold after Norway reported 4 cases of blood clotting in patients who had received the shot. Both countries' health ministries say there is no evidence that the blood clots and the vaccine are linked, but they've made the moves out of an abundance of caution. And as several states have begun rolling back their coronavirus restrictions, Arkansas is set to join them. Governor Asa Hutchinson says the state will reconsider its mask mandate at the end of the month, looking at where it stands with cases and vaccination rates. Hutchinson tells CBS's Face the Nation that the time for tight restrictions is over.
I think the time in this pandemic for heavy-handed restrictions and mandates are going by the wayside so people can make good judgments. And we expect that to happen even after March 31st if the mask mandate is lifted.
This is USA Radio News.
Welcome to Tax Talk with Hollywood legend Bob Eubanks.
You know, as part of Hollywood for a long time, I've seen my fair share of celebrities get in trouble with the IRS. Well, there's one name I trust, the Tax Defense Group. They're the most trusted name in tax. So if you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, you really need to call my friends at the Tax Defense Group. Ignoring the IRS is not the solution. They can garnish your paycheck, levy your bank accounts, seize your home or business. But the Tax Defense Group could put a stop to all of that and tailor a program that would reduce your tax debt to pennies on the dollar. You gotta love that. So don't just take my word for it. Call them. Find out for yourself. They offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And they're open 24 hours a day because they know that tax debt doesn't sleep either.
Call now for your free and confidential tax analysis from the most trusted name in tax. Call 800-832-1594. 800-832-1594.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
All right, let me share this one with you before we get to the big moose, because I know it'll piss him off. Hey, not from my cold, dead hands. Yeah, the old same. None other than California's Dianne Feinstein has introduced a bill that will ban the sale, the transfer, the manufacture, or importation of 205 specific models of rifles and firearms that she calls military-style assault weapons, and require existing weapons to be stored in a, quote, secure gun storage. Where is your secure gun storage at? Is that down at the police station or something? This after the House passed 2 gun control measures pretty much on party lines last week, one of which expands background checks on virtually any firearm, which I know most people don't have a problem with background checks, right? There was another bill which would expand the waiting period to at least 10 days and give the FBI authority to delay the purchase indefinitely. Feinstein says it's been 17 years since the original assault weapons ban expired, and the plague of gun violence continues to grow. This bill will save lives. Now, the bill right now has 34 co-sponsors, all Democrats, and self-declared Democrat socialist Bernie Sanders. They say it would grandfather existing weapons, but it would provide money for the states for buyback programs. The legislation would ban ammunition magazines that carry more than 10 rounds, similar to the laws that are in place in New York and California. Nothing more than 10 rounds, huh? The companion House bill was introduced by the lower chamber by David Cicilline of Rhode Island. The website bearingarms.com claims the bill would still make the most commonly sold centerfire rifles in the United States off limits to future buyers, as well as imposing a ban on the most commonly owned ammunition magazines in the country as well. The National Shooting Sports Federation indicates there are more than 20 million modern sporting rifles in this country right now. But, yeah, we knew this. These are all the things, the Democrat wish list coming down the pike, all coming to fruition, and we'll see where it goes from here. All right. Does that get your blood pressure up there, Big Moose?
Oh, leave it to Dianne Feinstein, that dingbat. You remember years ago,
when they, first started pushing this anti-smoking crap, she's the one that got on television and said that kissing a smoker is like licking an ashtray, Yeah, they don't say kissing a fat broad's like licking a bucket of lard. So why, if they're going to ban guns for crime, then are we going to ban cars for drunk driving and utensils for the morbidly obese and, can openers for winos or what?
Yeah.
I mean, where's the end to it?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And you know what? Here's a little news flash for you folks. You can ban all the guns you want to. You can go down there to the local hardware store, get a piece of 3/4 inch black pipe, get a piece of 1.25 black pipe. Make sure the 1.25 black pipe is about half as long as the 3/4 black pipe. Buy you an end cap for the 1.5 or the 1.25 black pipe. Run a machine screw in the end of the end cap. You can put any 12 gauge shell in the world in it. It's called a zip gun. You can make one for about $18. And if all you can find is number 6 bird shot, there's a way around that too. It's called cut shelling. You just pinch your way down the side of a shotgun shell till you find the wadding. Take your Case XX tested pocket knife and cut about 3/4 of the way around till it's just barely hanging together. Slide that in there, boom, instant slug. So, you know what? These people, because it looks like a military assault rifle, it's a semi-automatic weapon, and in most cases, it's a .22 caliber semi-automatic weapon for crying out loud.
Yes, sir.
The fact that people don't educate themselves on this crap is the biggest problem that we got in this country. Everybody wants to form an opinion on something that they have absolutely no friggin' idea what they're talking about, And, well, thanks again, Steve. I'm normally not this pissed till about noon. You got me at 4 or 5 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry, Big Moose.
These sons of...
Yeah.
I tell you what, that just makes me want to crap in my own hands and clap. What a bunch of jerks. I want to nominate myself, though, for Dumbass of the Week, because I've been fighting with this left knee of mine. Matter of fact, I got a schedule for a knee replacement on June 1st, and I'm out there like a dummy at 10 o'clock at night rolling around underneath the damn truck in a parking lot trying to chain up a dang axle. Now I'm hurting so bad I can't stand it.
Uh-oh.
But, yeah. But, yeah, I've had a messed up week. Tater's he was down almost all week last week. I had him lined up with a load to go to California there Thursday. Broker called there, and they canceled that. So I've been, trying to keep him going too. And then, BTK there, the serial trucker, he got run into last night and, busted his wagon up pretty good. Yeah. So I went over there and got him squared away. And now I'm sitting here, my knee's throbbing like a toothache. And now I'm thinking about Diane Feinstein, that colossal old witch. I tell you what, if my dog looked like that woman, I'd shave its ass and teach it to walk backward. That's the most unprepossessing woman that ever fell out of anybody.
Oh,
her and Miss Nancy, I'm not too sure that they ain't twin sisters.
Some of these you come up with, Big Moose, I don't know. I'm sorry I got you. If I'd have known you had such a bad weekend, but really it was a nice gesture you did for Billy the Kid there. She shared via email earlier what you did for him after that the guy with the boat hit his truck. So.
Well, wait till he gets a bill for them tires, because I told him, I said, I got some tires, but you're going to pay for them. But, yeah, I'm just glad because, he's running Red Iron for a construction outfit. He really needs both of them trailers because if he's got to wait on them to unload that one trailer every time, he'd only get about half as much done during the week,
Uh-huh.
And so he really needed both of them trailers to keep his contract going. And I got Taters driving my normal rig tonight, and I'm driving this old freaking Volvo that I got. And this thing got every bell and whistle on it. It honks at you if you depart in the lane. It honks at you if you're too close to somebody, and it throws its own brakes on. I tell you what, if I'd have known this crap, I'd never bought this damn thing, I'm just glad I don't have to drive it all the time.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, with that, getting on this COVID, since I'm already fired up, since you already got my blood pressure up about 200 over 600, I might as well touch on this COVID crap. I tell you what, folks, this is a dog and pony show. What is it now? 2% of the total population's been, affected by this COVID, and 90% of those have survived this COVID. So that leaves about what, like 8 or 9% of 100% that have died of COVID-related conditions out of the whole total population. And you got people that has been estranged from their family over a year over this crap. And while everybody's at home hiding under the bed, sucking air through a strap-on panty mask, they're passing these bills that are bastardizing and adulterating our voting systems. All of our whole country is going right down the pipe, and that's how they're doing it. They keep it just like a dog. You ever see a dog catcher put one of them things around a dog's neck? What do? They get somebody on the other side to distract the poor bastard while the other guy slides a noose around his neck and drags it off to the pound. That's exactly what's happening here. It's a bait and switch maneuver. It's a crock. And as far as that vaccine goes, I tell you what, there'll be a cold day in hell before they find a nurse big enough to stick me with that crap. I can tell you that.
Okay.
Isaiah Flat ain't going to take it.
All right.
But I'll get off the soapbox and I'll say keep it between the spotted and the solid, buddy.
All right. Well, I'm taking extra blood pressure pill. I apologize. The big moose. Ain't a nurse big enough for it. So a big moose has no intention of taking the vaccine, to my understanding. Did I get that correct? That's what I thought. All right, what are we looking at here? It's 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, we'll get the latest numbers some point here later today. We'll have those numbers to share with you tonight. Have our diesel prices gone up for, I'm losing track, would this be the 18th consecutive week, if indeed they do, for a national average? Oil settling close to $70 a barrel Friday, supported by production cuts by major oil producers and optimism of recovering demand, especially for the second half of this year. Brent crude settled down 41 cents to $69.22 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate was $65.61 per barrel. Demand for risky assets like oil continues to be buoyed by the White House relief package and an almost daily flow of vaccine headlines, things that are optimistic. OPEC forecast a stronger oil demand recovery this year, weighted for the second half of the year. OPEC, Russia, and its allies decided last week to maintain their oil output curbs almost unchanged. And of course, U.S. drillers are also holding back. So cutting the number of oil and natural gas rigs that are operating for the first time since November, according to Baker Hughes Incorporated. Yeah, the stronger than expected rebound for the second half of this year implies that the global economy, hence oil demand, is close to shaking off the COVID woes. That'll be ancient history by then, right? All right. Hello, Han. What's going on?
Well, actually, I took a little time off. I actually went to Vegas. I heard somebody say that Vegas was opened up 50%, which I guess that's a fair assessment. Spent 5 days out there with my wife for our anniversary. It's kind of a joke. The restaurants and the shows are all limited to 50%. And you have to wear a mask, but you walk out on the strip and everybody's packed together just shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
There's no social distancing. What a joke. and the line to get in the restaurant is about twice as long as the people that are actually in the restaurant. So if you're out waiting to get in, you're standing around with all kinds of people around you to go into the restaurant to where you'll social distance while you're sat down.
Mm-hmm.
So I really have a hard time seeing how any of this makes any sense. But, my take on it, and it's just, I guess, like somebody else said earlier tonight, I guess, the conspiracy theory, and I'm a conspiracy theorist, I guess, as well, because I think, they politicized COVID to just see how willing we would be to succumb to forced changes, and it just seems like so many people are asleep in this country that whatever the government says they'll do. My daughter's back in school full time, but now the school says they want them to wear 2 masks. And I said, don't do it. And I said, you can wear one mask, but you're not going to wear 2. That's ridiculous. I mean, at some point, where do you start? You start trapping your own CO2, and breathing back in more CO2 than oxygen. It's just kind of, ridiculous, right? But, hey, about the southern border, last time we talked, whatever I said came up as Taco Bell. Got me thinking about those old Taco Bell commercials that said "Run for the border."
Yep.
And makes you wonder if old like the George Soros and Bill Gates aren't down there in Mexico and South America playing those old Taco Bell commercials, kind of modifying them a little bit to run for the border, and evidently handing out those T-shirts that say "Biden, please let us in."
Yeah,
somebody's giving them.
I
those
tried
T-shirts.
to do a little search on that, and I couldn't find anything. I don't know if anybody's been able to dig into it, but yeah, because it's not just a couple. I mean, it's like they're coming up, and there's hundreds of people with them on.
Yeah. So where's that coming from? And as far as I'm concerned, as far as the federal government, and I mean, I guess our society as a whole right now, but the inmates are officially running the asylum because, here's Biden saying, we need to stay shut down. Maybe we can open up by July 4th. But you need to wear your mask. You need to get this COVID shot, yada, yada, yada. But, let's bring in thousands and thousands of illegal immigrants across the border who are untested, unvetted. We don't know, if they're criminals or if they're sick, they're COVID or not. I mean, how absolutely ridiculous is that to even think that's even to begin to be a wise decision?
Right. The hypocrisy.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I really.
I mean, when Biden was talking and almost making it sound like if you'll continue to obey our rules, if you stay in line, you're going to get rewarded. You're going to be allowed to have a picnic come the 4th of July. It's like, thank you so much, Joe. You're going to say I'm allowed to have a picnic.
Yeah, what a joke. The one of the congressmen, I don't remember which one it said, but he was quoted as saying, if you need to wait for permission from your government to celebrate Independence Day, you have no idea what independence means.
Yep.
And that's very true. I'll be damned if, Biden or anybody else is going to tell me when, or if I can have a picnic on the 4th of July. But I don't know. It's really maddening. I just enough to make, your head explode if you really think about the hypocrisy of it all. And this COVID relief package, what a $1.9 trillion joke that is. And you think about, the little bit of money, the $1,400, whatever per person that's going to these families. Well, that's, that's just feel-good money because it really doesn't do anything to solve a problem. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a gushing wound. If you're a guy that's affected by COVID where you've lost your job and you have a mortgage to pay and bills to pay, that's going to buy you probably 30 days of relief, and then you're right back into the same boat. So and then I'm sure they're going to add that as income onto your taxes. You'll pay tax on that money. It's just, but the wish list on that, all the money going to all these other things, I don't know where these socialist-minded snowflakes think this money's going to come from, but, our children and grandchildren are going to be paying that for years and years and years in the form of taxes, and a lot of taxes.
Well, everybody kind of chuckled when remember when AOC was releasing or unveiling her new Green Deal thing, and the price tag was like $33 trillion or something, and they asked her, well, how do you plan to pay for that, AOC? And she's like, well, there's the way we pay for everything else. You just write a check.
Yeah, how out of touch can you be? Just, pull your checkbook out. As long as you got checks, you got money, right?
Last I checked, if I write a check and the money's not in the bank, I end up going to jail. That's fraud. But that was, and she wasn't kidding. That just like you pay for it like we pay for everything else. You just write a check. What's going on this morning, Larry? Morning.
Good morning. You sure got Big Moose all riled up this morning.
Yeah, I feel bad now.
I feel it. I feel your sentiment there. Hey, your last caller said something that just kind of sparked something with me. The last time that we had the COVID relief funds going out to people, you ask anybody in the solid waste industry, we picked up more flat screen TV boxes than we've ever picked up, period.
Yeah.
And we'll probably do the same thing again. So if you look at the low-income communities and look at the amount of flat screen TVs and new cell phones that are being purchased at Best Buy or something like that, you're going to see that those sales have escalated in that same time frame of the recipients of their stimulus checks. So instead of going for food and rent and those essential items, it's a holiday.
Last week, Spaceman made a suggestion. He said, Steve, I may be wrong, but I think an overwhelming majority of these $1,400 checks are going to go to like Amazon and Walmart, and most of that is going to be purchasing items probably made in China. So essentially, this is $1 trillion bailout or stimulus for the China economy, not the U.S. economy.
Not counting the cash that they're getting from the stimulus anyway, that's on top of. Steve, I want to make a recommendation to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can see on the screen there the challenge coins that you have. I think they're pretty popular in a lot of different circles. I think Hot Shot Secrets needs to have a challenge coin with Hot Shot Secrets on one side and Steve Sommers on the other side and create a process of distribution for people who exceed expectation.
Well, that's an idea. Yeah. I've got an additional challenge coin in my collection this morning, you know.
I kind of heard that. Outstanding.
Something to do with firefighters and
think it would be
first responders, law enforcement. Yes.
Yep. There's a few of those floating around. There's a company I've been dealing with out of Florida for many, many years, Coin Depot, and at Rumpke, at Waste Pro, and a couple other places that I've kind of inspired to get those coins. You know, presented in a proper situation, those coins are worth a lot more than the expense of purchasing those coins. I can tell you that easily. But given in the right situation, they're a treasure.
Yeah, well, I've got a number of them that are kind of like that to me, and I remember several years back when I was in the elevator at the Mid-America Truck Show, so we're going back several years ago, And there was a guy there that had a Wreaths Across America shirt on. And my son hadn't been back from Afghanistan very long, or his deployment in Germany and whatnot. And this guy reached in his pocket and he got a Wreaths Across America coin out of his pocket, which of course is honoring the fallen and whatnot service members. And I said, "Oh, are you with Wreaths Across America?" And it was Morrow, the guy that founded the whole damn thing. He was the guy. He was the man of Wreaths Across America. Wow. And I was pretty touched by that. I almost got a little tear in my eye because I was really respectful because my son had just come back from serving overseas and all. So you are correct. It can be emotional.
All the years that I was involved in EMS and fire departments, if you were transporting somebody that was in a critical situation, and let's just say that you recognized that they were a Mason, and I'm a Mason. If I were to say something to that individual, all the medicine in the world couldn't change the emotions that person now had, the comfort that person now had, because they knew that you were a brother Mason. The same thing happens with a challenge coin. I can tell you, I go into a Harley store and I'll find the manager and I'll throw the coin down, and almost 100% of the time you get a smile return because they know what that challenge coin represents. And it's just a token that means so much to so many people.
Well, I thank you for the coin that I received over the weekend there, Larry. Thank you so much. Yes, I guess there's an addition to the collection there. With that, though, out of time, a little behind. We wrap things up about a minute late here on a Monday, but we're okay. Thanks for hanging out with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.